Hey story enthusiasts! This is Magic Bloodline bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you, what if Peter Pettigrew failed to betray the Potters? If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Broken Secret. The autumn rain fell in sheets across Godric's Hollow, drumming against the windows of the Potter cottage. Inside, Lily Potter paced the length of their living room, her son Harry clutched to her chest. The one-year-old's eyelids drooped as he fought sleep, his tiny fingers tangled in his mother's deep red hair. "He should have been here an hour ago," James muttered, pulling back the curtain for the 5th time in as many minutes. His hazel eyes scanned the deserted street. "Something's wrong." Lily pressed her lips to Harry's forehead. "You're being paranoid." "Paranoid keeps us alive," James replied, letting the curtain fall back into place. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy black hair, making it stand up even more wildly than usual. "Dumbledore said," a sharp crack outside cut him off. James's wand was in his hand instantly, his body positioned between the door and his family. "It's Peter," Lily said, peering around her husband's shoulder. Through the rain-streaked window, they could see Peter Pettigrew stumbling up the garden path. Even from a distance, something seemed wrong. Peter's usual nervous energy had transformed into something more frantic. His clothes were disheveled, his face pale as parchment. James opened the door, wand still raised. "Password," he demanded. Peter's eyes darted past James to Lily and Harry. "Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," he stammered. "James, inside," James ordered, grabbing Peter's arm and pulling him into the cottage. With another quick glance at the street, he sealed the door with a complex locking charm. Peter stood dripping on the carpet, trembling violently. His watery blue eyes couldn't seem to focus on any one thing. "What's happened?" Lily asked, shifting Harry to her other hip. "You look terrible." Peter opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He tried again, his voice barely audible. "He knows." The air in the room seemed to freeze. James gripped Peter's shoulders. "What do you mean, he knows?" "Who knows what?" "You know who," Peter whispered, his voice breaking. "He knows I'm your secret keeper. He's coming. Tonight." Lily's arms tightened around Harry, who sensed the tension and began to whimper. "How?" she demanded. "The Fidelius Charm is unbreakable unless..." Her green eyes widened. "Peter, did you?" "I didn't." Peter cried, tears streaming down his face. "Not yet. I was going to, I was supposed to, but I couldn't." He collapsed into the nearest chair, burying his face in his hands. "He's been watching me for months. He has people everywhere. He threatened my mother. Said he'd make me watch while he..." Peter retched, unable to continue. James's face hardened. "You were going to betray us?" "I was scared." Peter wailed. "You don't understand what it's like. He finds your weaknesses, your fears. He gets inside your head until you do anything to make it stop. So why are you here?" James demanded, his knuckles white around his wand. "Why warn us if you were ready to sell us out?" Peter looked up, his face streaked with tears and rain. "Because I saw his eyes when he spoke about Harry. He's not just going to kill you. He's obsessed. The prophecy. He thinks Harry's the one who'll destroy him." Peter's gaze flicked to the toddler. "I couldn't. Not Harry. Not all of you." Lily stepped away from Peter, holding Harry protectively. "How much does he know?" "Exactly what did you tell him?" "Just that I was secret keeper. I was supposed to give him your location tonight. He's waiting. If I don't come back..." Peter shuddered. James exchanged a look with Lily. Years of marriage had given them the ability to communicate volumes without words. She nodded once. "We need to move," James said. "Now." If Voldemort knows Peter's the secret keeper, it's only a matter of time before he forces the information out of him one way or another. Peter flinched at Voldemort's name. It's too late. He'll be watching the house. Watching all the ways out. Then we fight, James said grimly. His expression softened as he glanced at Harry. Lily, take Harry upstairs. Use the emergency portkey. Get to Sirius. Lily stood her ground. I'm not leaving you. This isn't a discussion, James snapped. Harry needs protection. One of us has to. A tremendous crash from the back of the house cut him off. The cottage's defensive wards flared bright blue before shattering like glass, the magical reverberations making the walls tremble. Peter went deathly pale. He's here. Upstairs. James shouted, pushing Lily toward the staircase. The portkey. Go. Lily sprinted up the stairs with Harry clutched to her chest, her wand drawn. James turned to Peter, who had shrunk back against the wall. Peter, James said, his voice steady despite everything, you have a choice to make right now. Help us, or get out of my way. Peter stared at him, terror etched into every line of his face. A moment passed between them, years of friendship, trust, and brotherhood hanging in the balance. Before Peter could respond, the kitchen door blasted inward with a deafening explosion. Through the cloud of debris strode a tall, thin figure in billowing black robes. Lord Voldemort's serpentine face betrayed no emotion, but his crimson eyes gleamed with anticipation. Potter, he said, his high, cold voice unnervingly soft. How hospitable of you to receive me in person. James stood his ground, wand leveled at Voldemort's chest. This ends here, Riddle. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Such bravado. But I think not. His gaze slid to Peter, who had pressed himself against the wall as if hoping to disappear through it. Wormtail. You disappoint me. Peter whimpered. I gave you such a simple task, Voldemort continued, twirling his wand between long, pale fingers. Perhaps you need motivation to remember where your loyalties lie. Crucio. The curse hit Peter square in the chest. He collapsed, screaming and writhing on the floor. James didn't hesitate, he launched a barrage of spells at Voldemort, forcing the Dark Lord to break the Cruciatus curse to defend himself. Impressive, Voldemort remarked, deflecting James's attacks with casual flicks of his wand. But ultimately futile. Stand aside. It's the boy I want. You'll have to kill me first, James snarled. Voldemort sighed as if disappointed. If you insist. The duel that followed was unlike anything Peter had ever witnessed. James Potter had been one of the most talented students at Hogwarts, and the years since had only honed his abilities. He fought with everything he had, the living room transformed into a maelstrom of light and magic as spells ricocheted off furniture and walls. But Voldemort was toying with him. Upstairs, Lily frantically searched for the emergency port key, a child-stuffed dog that would transport them to Sirius's safe house. Harry cried in her arms, disturbed by the sounds of battle below. It's okay, love, she whispered, tearing through drawers. We're going to be fine. The nursery door flew open. Lily spun around, wand raised, but it was only Peter. He's holding James off, Peter gasped, blood trickling from his nose. But not for long. The port key, where is it? I can't find it, Lily said, desperation in her voice. Peter joined the search, appending the contents of Harry's toy chest. It has to be here somewhere. A crash from downstairs made them both freeze. James's voice cried out in pain. He needs help, Lily said, moving toward the door. Peter grabbed her arm. No. You need to stay with Harry. James would never forgive me if I let you, he broke off, his eyes widening as he spotted something under the crib. There. He dove for the stuffed dog, snatching it up triumphantly. Lily, here. She reached for it just as a massive explosion shook the house. The floor beneath them trembled. Dust and plaster rained from the ceiling. "James," Lily whispered, her face ashen. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. Peter thrust the portkey into her hands. "Take Harry and go." "But James, I'll help him," Peter promised, though his voice quavered. "Just go." Harry wailed as the door to the nursery burst open. Voldemort stood in the doorway, his robes singed but otherwise unharmed. Behind him, they could see James sprawled at the bottom of the stairs, unmoving. Lily's scream caught in her throat. She clutched the portkey, but before she could activate it, Voldemort spoke. "Accio portkey." The stuffed dog flew from her grasp into Voldemort's waiting hand. He examined it with detached curiosity before tossing it aside. "How predictable," he said softly. "Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate such an obvious escape route?" Lily backed away, shielding Harry with her body. "Please," she begged. "Not Harry." "Stand aside, girl," Voldemort commanded. "No," she said, her voice stronger now. "Take me instead." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "This is your final warning." Peter watched the scene unfold as if from a great distance. Time seemed to slow. Lily, wandless but defiant, standing between evil incarnate and her child. Harry, innocent and oblivious to the significance of this moment. And James, his best friend, possibly dead because Peter had been too weak, too cowardly. In that moment, something shifted inside Peter Pettigrew. Perhaps it was the last flicker of the boy who had once been sorted into Gryffindor. Perhaps it was simply that betrayal, once faced in its stark reality, was more than even he could stomach. Whatever the reason, Peter acted. "Bombarda Maxima," he screamed, his wand aimed not at Voldemort but at the wall beside him. The explosion was deafening. The nursery wall blew outward in a shower of brick and mortar, temporarily blinding Voldemort with debris. Peter lunged forward, grabbing Lily's wand from where it had fallen. "Lily! Catch!" He tossed her the wand as Voldemort turned toward him, rage contorting his inhuman features. "You dare!" Voldemort hissed. Peter stood his ground, though every instinct screamed at him to run. "Go!" he shouted to Lily. "The back wall, it's clear of wards now." Lily understood instantly. With Harry clutched to her chest and her wand recovered, she spun on the spot and disapparated through the hole in the wall. Voldemort's howl of fury shook the foundations of the cottage. Wormtail. Peter closed his eyes, certain that death was seconds away. At least he had done one right thing, in the end. But the killing curse never came. Instead, Voldemort strode to the gaping hole in the wall, his crimson eyes scanning the night. With a swift, violent motion, he disapparated in pursuit. Peter stood alone in the ruined nursery, trembling from head to toe. After a moment of stunned disbelief that he was still alive, he remembered. James. He stumbled down the stairs to where James lay crumpled against the wall. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, but he was breathing. Peter fell to his knees beside him. "James. James, wake up." James's eyelids fluttered. "Lily," he mumbled. "Harry." "They got away," Peter said, his voice breaking. Voldemort went after them, but they had a head start. James struggled to sit up, wincing in pain. "Where?" "I don't know," Peter admitted. "But Lily had her wand. She's smart, she wouldn't go somewhere obvious." James gripped Peter's arm, his eyes clearing. "You let them get away." It wasn't a question, but Peter nodded anyway. "I couldn't do it, James. I couldn't betray you. Not when it came down to it." Tears welled in his eyes. "I'm so sorry. For everything. For even thinking about, later," James cut him off, struggling to his feet. "We need to find them before he does." Peter helped James stand. Where do we start? James closed his eyes, thinking. Sirius. If Lily can't reach him by portkey, she'll try to contact him another way. But Voldemort might expect that too. It's all we've got, James said grimly. He pulled away from Peter, testing his balance. I can apparate. You. Peter nodded, though the thought of facing Sirius's wrath made his stomach churn. Sirius had never fully trusted him. Now he knew why. James, he said quietly as James prepared to disapparate. Why didn't you kill me? When I told you what I almost did? James looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time since Peter's confession. Because you were my friend, he said simply. And in the end, when it mattered most, you chose right. A shadow crossed his face. But Wormtail, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. With a crack, James vanished. Peter took a deep breath, summoning what little courage he had left, and followed. Sirius Black paced the confines of his London flat like a caged animal. He hadn't heard from James or Lily in days, and the knot of worry in his gut had grown into full-blown anxiety. The latest reports from Order members were grim: increased Death Eater activity, disappearances, whispers that Voldemort was closing in on the Potters. He should never have agreed to the switch. Peter as secret keeper had seemed so clever at the time, the perfect misdirection. Who would suspect timid, unremarkable Peter Pettigrew when Sirius Black was the obvious choice? But now, with each passing hour of silence, doubt gnawed at him. Come on, Prongs, he muttered, glancing at the enchanted mirror on his coffee table for the 100th time. Talk to me. As if summoned by his words, the mirror's surface rippled. But instead of James's face, it was Lily who appeared, her image distorted by the magic connecting their mirrors. Sirius. Her voice was breathless, panicked. He found us. Godric's Hollow isn't safe anymore. Sirius grabbed the mirror. Are you hurt? Where's James? Harry? Harry's with me, Lily said, tilting the mirror to show the toddler clutched to her side. James he was fighting him when we escaped. Peter helped us get out. Peter? Sirius's voice hardened. What do you mean, Peter helped you? Where are you now? I can't say over the mirror. He might be listening. Lily glanced over her shoulder. Remember where we went after graduation? The place Remus got sick from too much fire whiskey. Sirius's mind raced. Dearborn's cabin. Lake District. Lily nodded once. 1 hour. Come alone. Lily, wait, but the mirror had already gone dark. Sirius stared at his own reflection for a moment, his mind processing what he'd heard. Voldemort had found them. The Fidelius Charm had been broken or circumvented somehow. And Peter, what role had Peter played in all this? He grabbed his wand and leather jacket, preparing to apparate, when twin cracks outside his front door made him freeze. Wand raised, he crept to the entrance. Pad foot. James's voice called. It's us. Open up. Sirius wasn't taking chances. What form does my Patronus take? He demanded through the door. A dog, you mangy mutt. Now let us in before someone sees. Still cautious, Sirius opened the door a crack, wand pointed at the visitors. James stood there, leaning heavily on, Sirius's blood ran cold, Peter Pettigrew. What the hell is he doing here? Sirius snarled, wand shifting to point directly at Peter's heart. Sirius, wait, James said, stepping between them. It's complicated. Let us in and I'll explain everything. Where's Lily? Sirius demanded. Harry? Safe, for now, James said. But Voldemort's after them. Please, Padfoot. Time's running out. Reluctantly, Sirius stepped aside to let them enter. James limped to the sofa, while Peter hovered awkwardly by the door, clearly aware he wasn't welcome. Lily contacted me through the mirror, Sirius said once the door was locked and warded. She's at Dearborn's old cabin. Relief flooded James's face. Thank Merlin. We need to get there now. Not until you explain what he's doing here, Sirius insisted, jerking his head toward Peter, who seemed to shrink under his gaze. Peter was going to betray us, James said bluntly. Voldemort got to him. Pressured him. Threatened him. But when it came down to it, he couldn't go through with it. He warned us instead, and he helped Lily and Harry escape. Sirius stared at Peter, who couldn't meet his eyes. You were going to give them to Voldemort? His voice was dangerously quiet. My brother, my godson. Peter trembled visibly. I was weak, he whispered. I was scared. We were all scared. Sirius roared, advancing on Peter. That's no excuse for Sirius. James's sharp voice cut through his rage. Later. Right now, we need to get to Lily and Harry before Voldemort does. Sirius struggled visibly with his anger before stepping back from Peter. Fine. But this isn't over. He turned to James. Can you apparate in your condition? James nodded, though he winced as he stood. I've had worse after Quidditch. You've never had worse after Quidditch, Sirius said dryly. But if you say so. He glanced at Peter. What about him? James hesitated. We can't leave him here. If Voldemort's people find him, then he'll get exactly what he deserves, Sirius snapped. No one deserves what Voldemort would do to him, James said quietly. Besides, we might need him. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but another glance at James's battered state stopped him. Fine. But I'm not responsible for his safety. Fair enough, James agreed. Let's go. Dearborn's cabin perched on the edge of a small lake, nestled among pine trees that swayed gently in the autumn wind. From the outside, it appeared abandoned, shutters hanging askew, garden overgrown, a layer of leaves coating the walkway. But as the three men approached, they felt the distinct tingle of protective magic washing over them. James knocked on the door in a specific pattern. There was a long moment of silence before Lily's voice came from within. Who's there? It's me, Lils, James called softly. With Sirius and Peter. Another pause. What did you say to me the first time you saw Harry? James smiled despite the tension. I said he had your eyes, and thanked Merlin for that because the poor kid was stuck with my hair. The door cracked open. Lily stood there, wand raised, Harry balanced on her hip. Her eyes widened at the sight of James's injuries, but she stepped aside to let them enter. The interior of the cabin betrayed its magical nature, larger than physically possible, warm despite the lack of fire, and showing signs of hasty fortification. Furniture had been pushed against walls, windows sealed with spellwork, and various magical detectors hummed on available surfaces. James, Lily breathed, throwing her free arm around him. I thought, when I saw you at the bottom of the stairs, it takes more than Voldemort to keep me down, James said, though he winced as he embraced her. Harry squirmed between them, reaching for his father. Duh. James took him, burying his face in his son's wild black hair. Hey, little man, he whispered. You okay? Harry patted James's cheek in response, oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Sirius watched the reunion with a mixture of relief and lingering anger, while Peter hung back, clearly feeling out of place. We need to contact Dumbledore, Lily said once the initial emotions had settled. He needs to know what happened. Already done, Sirius replied. I sent a Patronus before we left. He'll meet us here. His gaze shifted to Peter, who was staring at the floor. In the meantime, I think we all deserve a full explanation. Peter flinched under the collective weight of their attention. The room fell silent save for Harry's soft babbling as he played with the buttons on James's shirt. I'm waiting, Wormtail, Sirius said, his voice hard. Peter took a deep, shuddering breath. It started about 3 months ago. Just after the Fidelius was cast. He told them everything. How Death Eaters had approached him, subtle at first, then with increasingly overt threats. How they'd targeted his mother, kept her under surveillance, let him know she could disappear at any moment. How Voldemort himself had eventually taken an interest, subjecting Peter to mental torment that left him broken and compliant. He'd get inside my head, Peter said, his voice hollow. Show me visions of what he'd do to all of you if I didn't cooperate. What he'd do to me. To my mother. I couldn't. So you agreed to betray us, James finished for him, his voice carefully neutral. Peter nodded miserably. But when the time came, when I saw Harry. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. How touching, Sirius said coldly. You rediscovered your conscience just in time. Sirius, Lily said quietly. He did save us. If Peter hadn't warned us, if he hadn't helped me escape with Harry. We wouldn't have needed saving if he hadn't nearly betrayed us in the first place. Sirius exploded. Don't you understand? He was ready to hand you over to Voldemort. All of you. James, you, Harry, I know what he did, Lily interrupted, her green eyes flashing. But I also know what he didn't do, in the end. And right now, that's what matters. Sirius looked to James, clearly expecting support, but James just shook his head. Lily's right. We can deal with Peter's betrayal later. Right now, we need to focus on staying alive. A sudden silver light flared in the center of the room, coalescing into the form of a phoenix, Dumbledore's Patronus. I am coming, the phoenix spoke in Dumbledore's calm voice. Do not leave your location. You have been compromised. The Patronus dissolved, leaving an ominous silence in its wake. Compromised? Lily echoed, clutching Harry closer. How? James's eyes narrowed. Someone must have followed us. His gaze landed on Peter, who paled. It wasn't me. Peter protested. I swear, I didn't. Quiet, Sirius hissed, moving to the window. He peered through a gap in the shutters. There's movement in the trees. James handed Harry back to Lily. Get to the cellar, he ordered. The emergency escape tunnel. If we're not down in 5 minutes, go without us. James, no, do it, Lily. James's voice was unyielding. Harry comes first. Always. Tears welled in Lily's eyes, but she nodded. With one last anguished look at her husband, she carried Harry toward a concealed trapdoor in the kitchen floor. Sirius, east side, James said, slipping easily into the role of strategist. I'll take west. Peter. He hesitated. Watch the back door. Peter nodded, grateful for the assignment despite its obvious lack of importance. The 3 men moved to their positions as Lily disappeared into the cellar with Harry. Outside, dark shapes moved through the trees. Death Eaters, at least a dozen of them, encircling the cabin. They're casting anti-apparition wards, Sirius muttered. Trapping us in. James's jaw tightened. Then we fight our way out. Just like old times, Sirius said with a grim smile. Just like old times, James agreed, raising his wand. The attack came without warning. Blasting curses hit the cabin from all sides, shattering the protective enchantments like glass. Windows exploded inward, showering them with splinters and debris. Protego. James and Sirius shouted in unison, their shield charms merging to form a dome of protection. Peter crouched behind a overturned table, his wand trembling in his hand. This was his fault. All of it. He had led Voldemort to the Potters, and now he had somehow led the Death Eaters here too. James, he called over the cacophony of spellfire. I'll draw them off. Give Lily and Harry time to escape. Don't be stupid, James shouted back. They'll kill you on sight. Good. Peter cried, his voice breaking. At least I'll have done something right. Before James could stop him, Peter bolted for the back door. He burst outside, wand raised, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm here. It's me you want. Peter Pettigrew. 3 Death Eaters turned toward him, momentarily distracted from their assault on the cabin. Peter didn't hesitate. He fired a series of wild, desperate curses, then transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and darted into the underbrush. The Death Eaters gave chase, exactly as he'd hoped. Inside the cabin, James and Sirius fought with the coordination of men who had battled side by side for years. Back to back, they deflected curses, countered with their own, and slowly edged toward the kitchen and the escape route below. Peter's created a diversion, James said between spells. 3 of them went after him. If he survives, I'll kill him myself, Sirius growled, deflecting a cutting curse that would have decapitated James. Get in line, James muttered. Stupefy. His stunning spell caught a Death Eater square in the chest, dropping the masked figure like a stone. They had almost reached the kitchen when the front door exploded inward. Through the cloud of dust and debris stepped a tall, skeletal figure in flowing black robes. Potter, Voldemort said softly. We meet again. James pushed Sirius toward the kitchen. Go. Get Lily and Harry out. I'm not leaving you. Sirius protested. That's an order, Padfoot. James roared. Go. Sirius hesitated for a fraction of a second, then bolted for the kitchen. Voldemort made no move to stop him, his crimson eyes fixed solely on James. Such loyalty, Voldemort observed. It will not save you, or your family. Not this time. James raised his wand. We'll see about that. Voldemort smiled, a cold, terrible thing. Your bravery is admirable, if futile. Perhaps that is why your friend Pettigrew found the courage to warn you. A last desperate act of Gryffindor nobility. Peter's worth 10 of your Death Eaters, James said, though the words tasted strange on his tongue. Is he? Voldemort asked silkily. Then why did he lead me here? James felt as though ice water had been poured down his spine. You're lying. Am I? How do you think I found this place? Did you really believe Pettigrew's convenient change of heart? He has been mine for months, Potter. His warning, his heroism, all part of my plan. I wanted you all together, you see. One clean sweep. No, James whispered. But doubt had crept in. How had the Death Eaters found them so quickly? How had they known exactly where to look? Voldemort raised his wand. Enough talk. Avada, Expelliarmus. The spell came not from James but from behind Voldemort. Albus Dumbledore stood in the ruined doorway, power radiating from him like heat from a flame. His disarming charm caught Voldemort by surprise, forcing the Dark Lord to break off his killing curse to defend himself. Tom, Dumbledore said calmly. I believe this party is uninvited. Voldemort's face contorted with hatred. Dumbledore. Always interfering. James, Dumbledore said without taking his eyes off Voldemort. Your family needs you. James didn't need to be told twice. He backed toward the kitchen, keeping his wand trained on Voldemort. The Dark Lord made no move to stop him, his attention entirely focused on Dumbledore. Another time, perhaps, Voldemort said softly. With a swirl of his robes, he disapparated. The remaining Death Eaters followed suit, vanishing one by one until only Dumbledore and James remained in the ruined cabin. Outside, the sounds of combat had ceased. Lily, James gasped, sprinting for the kitchen. Harry, Sirius, are safe, Dumbledore assured him, following at a more sedate pace. I sent them ahead with a portkey. They will be waiting for us at headquarters. James sagged against the wall, relief washing over him. And Peter? Dumbledore's expression grew grave. That, I'm afraid, is a more complicated matter. Come, James. We have much to discuss, and this is no longer a secure location. Order headquarters have been relocated 3 times in the past year for security reasons. The current iteration occupied the upper floors of an abandoned textile mill in Manchester, its brick exterior dilapidated but its interior magically reinforced and expanded. In what had once been a foreman's office, now serving as the Order's main meeting room, the survivors of the attack gathered. Lily sat with Harry asleep in her arms, Sirius paced by the window, and James stood beside his family, one hand resting protectively on Lily's shoulder. Dumbledore occupied the chair behind the desk, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. Peter Pettigrew, he said finally, breaking the heavy silence, was not found among the dead or captured Death Eaters. So he escaped, Sirius said, his voice hard. Or more likely, he rejoined his real master. Sirius, Lily began, but Dumbledore raised a hand. We must consider all possibilities, the old wizard said gently. Including the possibility that Peter was, as Voldemort claimed, leading you into a trap. But he saved us, Lily insisted. At the cottage, he helped us escape. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. Or perhaps he was following Voldemort's orders to ensure you all survived until the proper moment. The prophecy concerns Harry specifically. Voldemort may have wanted to ensure the boy's presence. James shook his head. I've known Peter since we were 11. He's many things, but he's not that good an actor. The fear, the remorse, it was genuine. Memories can be altered, Dumbledore pointed out. Perceptions manipulated. We cannot know for certain what Peter's true intentions were until we find him. And if we do find him? Sirius asked darkly. Dumbledore regarded him over the rims of his half-moon spectacles. Then we will learn the truth. One way or another. Harry stirred in Lily's arms, his small face scrunching as he woke. He blinked sleepily at the unfamiliar surroundings, then spotted James and reached for him. Duh. James took his son, holding him close. Hey, champ. You're okay. Everything's okay. Whether Peter betrayed us intentionally or not, Lily said, watching her husband and son, the fact remains that Voldemort knows about the prophecy. He's hunting Harry specifically. What do we do now? Dumbledore sighed deeply, suddenly looking every one of his many years. We hide you again. More securely this time. Perhaps abroad. No, James said firmly. No more hiding. James, Lily began. I mean it, Lils. Look what hiding got us. Voldemort found us anyway, and nearly killed all of us. Harry deserves better than a life spent in shadows. What are you suggesting? Dumbledore asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. James straightened, his hazel eyes flashing with determination. We fight. We take the war to Voldemort instead of waiting for him to find us again. That's suicide, Lily protested. He's too powerful. You saw what happened tonight. I saw that he retreated the moment Dumbledore showed up, James countered. He's not invincible. None of them are. Sirius stepped forward. James is right. We've been on the defensive too long. It's time we hit back. Dumbledore studied the two men thoughtfully. What you're proposing would require resources we don't have. Intelligence we haven't gathered. Then we gather it, James said simply. Starting with finding Peter. The room fell silent as the implications settled over them. Finally, Lily spoke. If we do this, what about Harry? He's still in danger. We protect him together, James said, kneeling beside her chair. No more splitting up. No more secrets between us. We face this as a family. Lily searched his face, her green eyes filled with fear and love in equal measure. After a long moment, she nodded. Together, she agreed. Dumbledore rose from his chair. Very well. If this is your decision, I will support it. But understand that the path you're choosing will not be easy. Voldemort will not rest until the prophecy is fulfilled, one way or another. Neither will we, James said, his arm around Lily, Harry secure between them. Neither will we. Miles away, in a dense forest far from human habitation, a small brown rat scurried through the underbrush. It moved with purpose, stopping occasionally to sniff the air before continuing on its determined path. The rat had been traveling for days, avoiding open spaces and predators, subsisting on whatever scraps it could find. To any observer, it would have appeared to be an ordinary rodent, perhaps slightly larger than average. But this was no ordinary rat. As the creature reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight, it underwent a startling transformation. Limbs elongated, fur receded, and within moments, Peter Pettigrew stood where the rat had been. He looked terrible. His clothes were torn and filthy, his face gaunt with exhaustion and hunger. Scratches covered his arms where he'd forced his way through brambles in his human form. Peter sank to his knees in the middle of the clearing, his breathing labored. He had been running for so long, first from Death Eaters, then from the Order members who had arrived with Dumbledore. Neither side would believe his innocence now. To the Death Eaters, he was a traitor. To his friends, a spy. "What have I done?" he whispered to the empty forest. "What have I done?" He had nowhere to go, no one to turn to. His mother was likely already dead, a casualty of his defiance. His friends would never trust him again, not after Voldemort's poisonous words. And Voldemort. Voldemort would hunt him to the ends of the earth for his betrayal. Peter buried his face in his hands, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his cheeks. He had been so close to doing the right thing, to making amends. But somehow, Voldemort had anticipated him. Had used his desperate attempt at redemption to set another trap. And now, Peter Pettigrew was truly alone. A twig snapped somewhere behind him. Peter leapt to his feet, wand drawn, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. "Who's there?" he called, his voice cracking. "Show yourself." Silence answered him. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the clearing. Tall and thin, with prematurely graying hair and scars crisscrossing his youthful face. "Hello, Peter," Remus Lupin said softly. Peter's wan hand trembled. "Remus? How did you find me?" Remus stepped further into the moonlight. His amber eyes, touched by his lycanthropy, seemed to glow in the darkness. "I tracked you," he said simply. "My condition has its advantages sometimes." Peter took a step backward. "Are you alone?" "For now." Remus studied him, his expression unreadable. "The others think you've gone back to Voldemort." "And you?" Peter whispered. "What do you think?" Remus was silent for a long moment. "I think," he said finally, "that a true Death Eater wouldn't be hiding in a forest, crying." Relief flooded through Peter so intensely that his knees nearly buckled. "Remus, I swear, I never meant, I don't want your excuses, Peter." Remus's voice hardened. "I want the truth. All of it. No more lies." Peter nodded frantically. "Anything. Everything. Just, please. Help me." Remus approached him slowly, cautiously, as one might approach a wounded animal. "I can't promise that, Peter. Not until I know what really happened. Not until I know who you really are." "I'm still me," Peter said desperately. "I'm still your friend. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake, but I tried to fix it. I did fix it. James and Lily and Harry are alive because of me. And in danger because of you," Remus countered. "Voldemort might never have found them if not for you." Peter's face crumpled. "I know," he whispered. "I know." Remus sighed, some of the hardness leaving his expression. "Come on. We need to get out of here. You can tell me everything on the way." On the way where? Somewhere safe. Remus offered his hand. For now. Peter hesitated for just a moment before taking it. As Remus led him out of the clearing and deeper into the forest, Peter felt something he hadn't experienced in months. Hope. In a hidden chamber beneath Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort sat alone, his skeletal fingers tracing abstract patterns on the arm of his chair. The room was silent save for the soft hissing of his familiar, Nagini, as she coiled around the base of the chair. The events at the cabin had not gone according to plan. Dumbledore's arrival had been unexpected. A miscalculation. One of very few that Voldemort had made in recent years. But no matter. The Potter boy still lived, and so long as he lived, the prophecy remained in play. Voldemort had time. All the time in the world, if necessary. The boy would not escape him forever. And as for the traitor, Pettigrew. Voldemort smiled coldly. Let him run. Let him hide. Sooner or later, fear would drive him back into the fold. Fear, after all, had been what brought him there in the first place. Fear was Lord Voldemort's most faithful servant. A soft knock interrupted his musings. Enter, he commanded. The door opened to admit Severus Snape, his sallow face carefully blank as he knelt before his master. My lord, Snape murmured. I bring news from Hogwarts. Speak. Snape raised his head slightly. Dumbledore has moved the Potters. They are no longer in Britain. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into what might generously be called a smile. Is that so? Yes, my lord. Dumbledore himself told the staff that they had been relocated for their safety. He did not specify where, but you have your suspicions. Snape nodded once. I believe they may have gone to America. Lily has distant relatives there, in a magical community outside of Salem. Voldemort considered this information, his long fingers still moving restlessly across the arm of his chair. Interesting. And what of the Order? What do they plan now that their precious chosen family has fled? They are in disarray, Snape reported. Without the Potters, without clear leadership, they pose little threat. Do not underestimate Dumbledore, Voldemort warned. Nor Black and the werewolf. They are resourceful. Of course, my lord. Snape hesitated. There is one more thing. About Pettigrew. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You have found him? No, my lord. But there are rumors that the werewolf, Lupin, is also missing. Some in the Order suspect they may be together. This was unexpected. Voldemort had assumed Pettigrew would flee alone, driven by fear and self-preservation. If Lupin had found him, if they were working together, that complicated matters. Find them, he ordered. Both of them. Yes, my lord. Snape bowed his head again. It will be done. As Snape left the chamber, Voldemort returned to his contemplation. The prophecy's words echoed in his mind, as they had since he first heard them. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. Such a small thing to fear, a child. But Voldemort had not come this far, had not conquered death itself, to be undone by a toddler. The Potter boy would die. His parents would die. All who stood in Lord Voldemort's path would die. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 2, Living under shadow. The sun beat down mercilessly on the stretch of desert that surrounded the isolated adobe house. Heat shimmered above the parched earth, creating dancing mirages on the horizon. To Muggle eyes, the dwelling appeared abandoned, a dilapidated relic from some long-forgotten settlement. But appearances, as any wizard knows, can be deceiving. Inside, the house was cool and spacious, with high ceilings and smooth stone floors. Magic had expanded the interior well beyond its modest exterior dimensions, creating a comfortable home that bore little resemblance to the crumbling shell visible from the outside. Harry James Potter. If you don't come down this instant, I swear I'll, coming, Mom. A small whirlwind with messy black hair and bright green eyes barreled down the stairs, nearly colliding with Lily Potter as she stood at the bottom with her hands on her hips. What have I told you about flying inside the house? Lily demanded, though her stern expression softened at the sight of her 6-year-old son's guilty face. Not to, Harry mumbled, hiding something behind his back. And what's that you've got there? Harry reluctantly revealed a miniature broomstick, enchanted to hover a few feet off the ground. Dad said I could practice my turns. Did he now? Lily raised an eyebrow. And did Dad specify where you should practice these turns? In the courtyard, Harry admitted. But it's too hot outside. Lily sighed, tucking a strand of deep red hair behind her ear. The cooling charms are there for a reason, love. Besides, Uncle Sirius will be here soon. Don't you want to show him how much you've improved? Harry's face lit up instantly. Is he bringing my present? What present would that be? Lily asked innocently, though a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Harry groaned. You know. The one he promised at Easter. I suppose you'll have to wait and see, Lily said, ruffling his perpetually messy hair. Now, go wash up. And put that broom away properly. Harry darted off, his earlier reluctance forgotten at the prospect of his godfather's visit. Lily watched him go, her heart swelling with a familiar mixture of love and fear. 5 years they'd been living like this, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere long enough to call it home. 5 years of looking over their shoulders, of sleeping with wands under pillows. 5 years of watching Harry grow up in the shadow of a prophecy that refused to release its grip on their lives. He's getting faster on that thing, James remarked, coming up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. Reckon he'll make Seeker someday. Lily leaned back against him. If we ever get to see him play. James pressed a kiss to her temple. We will. Dumbledore's latest intelligence is promising. The Order's gaining ground. That's what you said last month, Lily reminded him. And then 3 more safe houses were compromised. None of them ours, James pointed out. Not yet. James turned her to face him. At 31, he was no longer the carefree boy she'd married. Lines of worry had etched themselves around his eyes, and threads of silver now appeared in his dark hair. But his hazel eyes still held the same warmth, the same determination. Lils, he said softly, we've survived this long. We'll survive however much longer it takes. Before she could respond, a chime sounded throughout the house, an alert from the outer wards. James tensed, his wand appearing in his hand as if summoned. Expecting anyone besides Sirius, he asked, already moving toward the front door. Lily shook her head, drawing her own wand. 5 years of vigilance had honed their reactions to razor sharpness. Not for another week. Remus was supposed to check in by mirror, not in person. James peered through an enchanted peephole that showed not just the immediate vicinity of their door, but the entire perimeter of their property. He relaxed almost immediately. It's Sirius all right, he confirmed. And he's brought company. What? Who? Lily moved to look for herself. Through the magical viewfinder, she could see Sirius approaching the house, accompanied by a familiar figure with graying light brown hair. Remus? But I thought he was in Eastern Europe. Apparently not anymore, James said, already dismantling the locking spells on the door. Maybe he found something. The hope in his voice was painful to hear. For 5 years, Remus had been searching tirelessly for a way to end Voldemort's reign of terror. For 5 years, he had returned empty-handed. The moment the final ward fell away, the door burst open and Sirius Black strode in, bringing with him the scent of motorcycle exhaust and desert air. Prongs, he exclaimed, grabbing James in a bear hug. Looking domestic as ever, I see. Where's my godson? Uncle Sirius. Harry's shout preceded him as he launched himself down the stairs and directly into Sirius's waiting arms. Sirius caught him and swung him around, his barking laugh filling the room. There he is. Merlin's beard, what are they feeding you? You've grown a foot since Easter. Have you got my present? Harry demanded, wiggling to be put down. Sirius clutched his chest in mock offense. Is that all I'm good for? Presents? Among other things, Remus said dryly, closing the door behind him. He looked exhausted, the scars on his face standing out starkly against his pale skin. Hello, James, Lily. Sorry for the surprise visit. Lily embraced him, concerned by the pronounced shadows under his eyes. You look terrible. When was the last full moon? 3 days ago, Remus admitted. But I'm fine. We have more important matters to discuss. The serious tone of his voice caught everyone's attention. Even Harry, usually oblivious to adult concerns, sensed the shift in atmosphere. Harry, Lily said gently, why don't you show Uncle Sirius that new trick you've been practicing on your broom? In the courtyard, she added firmly. Harry looked like he might protest, but Sirius ruffled his hair and said, lead the way, pup. I want to see if you've been following my flying tips. As soon as they were out of earshot, James gestured Remus toward the kitchen. Tea. Or something stronger. Tea's fine, Remus said, sinking into a chair at the kitchen table. I need a clear head for this conversation. Lily set about preparing the tea while James sat across from his old friend. What is it, Moony? What's happened? Remus waited until Lily joined them with 3 steaming mugs before speaking. I found Peter. The simple statement landed like a bombshell. James and Lily exchanged a look, years of unspoken thoughts passing between them in an instant. Where? James asked finally, his voice carefully neutral. Romania, Remus said. Living in a Muggle village under an assumed name. Working as a rat catcher, ironically enough. Under other circumstances, that might have drawn a laugh. Now, it merely hung in the air, another layer to the complicated history between the former friends. Is he with them? Lily asked, unable to keep a slight tremor from her voice. Even after 5 years, the memory of that night in Godric's Hollow remained sharp. Remus shook his head. No. He's been running from both sides since that night. Hiding in his animagus form most of the time. I've been checking on him periodically, making sure he stays where I can find him. You've known where he was all this time? James demanded, a flash of anger in his eyes. Not exactly, Remus said. I've picked up his trail a few times over the years, lost it just as often. This is the first time he's settled anywhere for more than a few months. Lily wrapped her hands around her mug, seeking comfort in its warmth. Why are you telling us now? After all this time? Remus took a deep breath. Because he says he has information. Information about Voldemort's plans. About the prophecy. The word hung between them like a physical presence. The prophecy. The reason for their life in hiding. The shadow that had followed Harry since before his birth. And you believe him? James asked skeptically. I think we can't afford not to listen, Remus replied. Especially given what else I've learned. He hesitated, glancing toward the courtyard where they could hear Sirius's encouraging shouts as Harry practiced his flying. Voldemort is making moves again. Big ones. The kind that suggest he's preparing for something. He's always preparing for something, James pointed out. That's been the pattern for years now. Strike, retreat, regroup. Lather, rinse, repeat. This is different, Remus insisted. The Order has intercepted communications between high-ranking Death Eaters. They're searching for something specific. Something Voldemort believes will give him the power to kill Harry once and for all. Lily felt her blood run cold. What is it? What's he looking for? That's what we don't know, Remus admitted. And that's why I think we need to hear what Peter has to say. James stood abruptly, pacing the length of the kitchen. Even if Peter knows something, and that's a big if, how can we trust anything that comes out of his mouth? He almost got us killed, Remus. He also saved your lives, Remus reminded him gently. In the end, he chose to warn you instead of betray you. After he'd already put us in danger in the first place. I'm not defending what he did, Remus said. I'm just saying that information is information, regardless of its source. And right now, we're running dangerously low on reliable intelligence. Lily watched her husband, recognizing the internal struggle playing out across his features. James had never fully reconciled his feelings about Peter. None of them had. The betrayal had cut too deep, left too many scars. If, she began hesitantly, if we were to speak with Peter, how would we do it? We can't risk leaving here, not with Harry. And we're certainly not bringing Wormtail here, James added firmly. I've thought about that, Remus said. There's a secure location in Switzerland. Unplottable, heavily warded. Dumbledore uses it occasionally for high-risk meetings. We could arrange to meet Peter there. And Harry? Lily asked. Stays with me, came Sirius's voice from the doorway. He stood there with Harry on his shoulders, both of them windswept and grinning. Sorry, couldn't help overhearing. Little ears, he added, reaching up to tweak one of Harry's. Eavesdropping is rude, Harry recited dutifully, though his impish smile suggested he wasn't particularly remorseful. Lily shook her head fondly. Down you get, little spy. Go wash up for lunch. Once Harry had scampered off, Sirius joined them at the table. I mean it, he said, all traces of humor gone from his face. If you're really considering meeting with that rat, I'll stay with Harry. Keep him safe while you're gone. We haven't decided anything yet, James said, though his tone had softened from outright refusal to cautious consideration. We should consult Dumbledore, Lily suggested. Get his take on all this. Remus nodded. Already done. He's the one who suggested the Swiss location. He thinks we should hear Peter out. James and Lily exchanged another long look. Over the years, they had developed an almost preternatural ability to communicate without words, a necessity in their life on the run. 2 days, James said finally. We'll give him 2 days to convince us he has something worth hearing. After that. He left the sentence unfinished. Remus nodded, relief evident in his tired eyes. I'll make the arrangements. As the conversation shifted to logistics, travel plans, security measures, contingency protocols, Lily found her thoughts drifting to the courtyard where Harry was now helping himself to water from the enchanted fountain. 5 years old when they fled Britain. 6 years old now. So much of his childhood spent in hiding, moving from country to country, safe house to safe house. Was there an end in sight? Would they ever be able to give Harry the normal life he deserved? She hoped with everything in her that Peter's information, whatever it was, would bring them one step closer to that day. The Swiss location turned out to be a small, stone chalet nestled high in the Alps. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an abandoned shepherd's hut, its weathered facade blending perfectly with the craggy mountainside. Inside, however, it was warm and surprisingly spacious, with modern amenities and strong protective enchantments layered into its very foundations. Dumbledore does know how to find the comfortable safe houses, James remarked as they settled in, shaking snow from their cloaks. Outside, a late spring storm had blanketed the mountains in white, further isolating their meeting place from the outside world. I'd hardly call this comfortable, Lily said, eyeing the sparse furnishings with skepticism. But it's secure, and that's what matters. Remus checked his watch. Peter should be here within the hour. Dumbledore is bringing him personally to ensure he isn't followed. James nodded, moving to inspect the perimeter wards one more time. 5 years of constant vigilance had made such checks second nature to him. Lily watched him work, admiring the efficiency of his movements, the confidence in his spellcasting. James had changed so much since their early days at Hogwarts. They both had. Any word from Sirius, she asked Remus, trying to distract herself from the nervous energy building in her stomach. All quiet at the safe house, Remus confirmed. Harry's apparently teaching Sirius how to play some Muggle card game you showed him. Lily smiled at the image. Go fish. He's obsessed with it lately. Sirius mentioned something about enchanting the cards to actually swim away if you don't have a match, Remus said with a small smile. I foresee disaster. As long as it keeps Harry occupied and happy, Lily said, her smile fading slightly. I hate leaving him, even with Sirius. He couldn't be safer, Remus assured her. And it's only for a day or two. The sound of approaching footsteps outside silenced their conversation. James moved swiftly to Lily's side, both of them drawing their wands as a precaution. A complex series of knocks sounded on the door, Dumbledore's predetermined signal. Remus answered it, still taking care to verify the visitors' identities before allowing them entry. Albus Dumbledore swept in first, his long silver beard and hair dusted with snowflakes. Despite the gravity of the situation, his blue eyes twinkled as he greeted them. James, Lily. How good to see you both looking so well. The desert climate seems to agree with you. Behind him, half hidden in the shadows of the doorway, stood a figure that barely resembled the Peter Pettigrew they had once known. This man was gaunt, his face weathered by years of hard living. His once mousy hair had thinned considerably and was now more gray than brown. But it was his eyes that had changed the most, no longer watery and nervous, but haunted by what they had seen. Hello, Peter said softly, his gaze darting between James and Lily as if unsure of his welcome. Which, Lily thought, was entirely reasonable given the circumstances. James's face hardened at the sight of his former friend. Peter. An awkward silence descended, broken only when Dumbledore cleared his throat. Perhaps we should all sit down. There is much to discuss, and I believe Peter has traveled a long way to be here. They moved to the chalet's small dining area, settling around a weathered oak table. Peter sat apart from the others, his shoulders hunched as if trying to make himself an even smaller target. I'll be brief, Dumbledore began, as I know emotions are complicated here. Peter contacted me 3 weeks ago through channels known only to Order members. He claimed to have information vital to our cause, specifically regarding Voldemort's interest in the prophecy concerning Harry. And you believed him? James asked, unable to keep the skepticism from his voice. Dumbledore regarded him steadily. I believe in verifying all potential intelligence, regardless of its source. Peter was willing to submit to Veritaserum questioning, which suggests, at minimum, that he believes what he's telling us is true. Lily glanced at Peter, who nodded confirmation. I'll take it now if you want, he said, his voice hoarse as if from long disuse. I have nothing to hide. Not anymore. James and Lily exchanged a look. Let's hear what he has to say first, Lily decided. We can determine if Veritaserum is necessary afterward. Peter seemed to relax fractionally at this small concession. He cleared his throat. I've been living in hiding since that night at Dearborn's cabin. Moving from place to place, mostly as Wormtail. He couldn't quite meet their eyes as he referenced his animagus form. It's easier to stay hidden as a rat. Less conspicuous. How noble, James muttered. Lily placed a warning hand on his arm. About 6 months ago, Peter continued, I was in Belgrade. There's a significant magical community there, and I thought I might be able to blend in. Find work. Maybe start rebuilding some kind of life. A bitter smile crossed his face. I was wrong, of course. Death Eaters were everywhere, recruiting openly in some areas. I was nearly caught twice. But you weren't caught, Remus prompted when Peter fell silent. Peter shook his head. No. But I overheard things. Conversations between Death Eaters who didn't realize a rat was listening. Voldemort has been searching for something specific. Something he believes will help him fulfill the prophecy on his terms. This matched what Remus had already told them, but hearing it from Peter somehow made the threat feel more immediate. What is he looking for? Lily asked, leaning forward. Peter met her eyes directly for the first time. The original prophecy orb. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, perhaps the only indication of surprise the old wizard would allow himself to show. Interesting. The Hall of Prophecy is one of the most secure locations in the Ministry. Which is why he hasn't attempted to retrieve it directly, Peter said. He's looking for another way. A ritual. Something that would allow him to create a connection to the prophecy without physically possessing the orb. Is that even possible? James asked, directing the question to Dumbledore. Theoretically, Dumbledore said slowly, there are ancient magics that deal with sympathetic connections. If one knows enough about the nature of a prophecy, its maker, its subject, the circumstances of its creation, it might be possible to create a magical link to the original recording. But what would that accomplish? Lily wondered. Voldemort already knows the prophecy. At least, the part Severus overheard. That's just it, Peter said urgently. He only knows part of it. And he's convinced that the missing piece contains the key to destroying Harry once and for all. A chill ran through Lily at these words. She had always suspected that there was more to the prophecy than they had been told, but Dumbledore had been characteristically cryptic when pressed for details. Albus, she said now, turning to the headmaster. Is this true? Is there more to the prophecy? Dumbledore sighed deeply. Yes. There is. I had hoped, but perhaps it was foolish to keep this from you. He adjusted his half-moon spectacles. The prophecy in its entirety speaks not only of Harry's power to vanquish the Dark Lord, but of a specific power that Lord Voldemort knows not. It also states that neither can live while the other survives. The implications of these words hung heavy in the small room. Neither can live while the other survives. It was a death sentence, plain and simple. Either Harry or Voldemort would have to die. You kept this from us. James's voice was dangerously quiet. For 6 years, you let us run and hide, never telling us the full stakes. I wish to spare you the burden of this knowledge for as long as possible, Dumbledore said, though he had the grace to look regretful. Harry is still so young. There would be time enough for him to learn of his destiny when he was older, better prepared. That wasn't your decision to make, Lily said, anger rising in her chest. He's our son. We had a right to know. You're right, of course, Dumbledore conceded. I apologize. An old man's mistake, thinking to protect you from a truth that was not mine to withhold. Peter shifted uncomfortably in his seat, clearly aware that he had triggered a long-simmering tension. There's more, he said hesitantly. About what Voldemort is planning. All eyes returned to him, the conflict with Dumbledore temporarily set aside. The ritual, Peter continued. It requires specific components. Rare ingredients, complex spell work. But the most important element is timing. Timing? Remus echoed. Peter nodded. The summer solstice. When magical energies related to prophecy and fate are at their peak. That's when he plans to attempt the ritual. The summer solstice, Lily repeated. That's barely a month away. 34 days, to be precise, Dumbledore said gravely. Not much time to prepare a counter-strategy. James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration he had never outgrown. Do we know where this ritual will take place? Who will be performing it? Voldemort himself, Peter said. Assisted by his inner circle. As for location. He hesitated. That's where it gets complicated. The ritual requires proximity to a natural nexus of magical energy. There are several potential sites across Britain. Which means we'll need to monitor all of them, Remus said, his tactical mind already at work. Spread our forces thin. Exactly what Voldemort would want, James muttered. Lily's mind was racing, processing this new information against everything she knew about prophecies and ritualistic magic. There must be a way to disrupt the ritual. If we can't prevent it from happening, maybe we can sabotage it somehow. A dangerous proposition, Dumbledore cautioned. Interfering with magic of this nature could have unpredictable consequences. More dangerous than letting Voldemort gain whatever advantage he's seeking. James challenged. The argument might have continued, but Peter cleared his throat again. There's one more thing, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Something I haven't told anyone. Not even Remus. The room fell silent, all attention focused on Peter once more. I know which site he's most likely to choose, Peter said. Because I helped scout it 5 years ago, before everything happened at Godric's Hollow. Where? James demanded. Peter took a deep breath. The ancient stone circle near Hogwarts. The one deep in the Forbidden Forest that students aren't supposed to know about. Recognition dawned on Lily's face. The Druid's Circle. Of course. It sits at the intersection of 7 ley lines. It would be perfect for a ritual involving prophecy magic. And it's close to Hogwarts, Remus added, which has its own powerful magical protections. The ambient energy alone would amplify whatever Voldemort is attempting. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. This is valuable intelligence indeed. If accurate, it gives us the opportunity to prepare a specific response rather than dividing our resources. If accurate, James emphasized, still eyeing Peter with suspicion. How do we know this isn't another trap? Another attempt to lure us out into the open? Peter flinched as if struck. I deserve that, he admitted quietly. But I swear on my life, James, I'm telling the truth. I've spent 5 years trying to find a way to make amends for what I almost did to you, to Lily, to Harry. This is all I have to offer. There is a simple way to verify his claims, Dumbledore said, reaching into his robes and withdrawing a small crystal vial filled with clear liquid. Veritaserum, as promised. Peter nodded immediately, extending his hand. I'll take it. Ask me anything you want. James and Lily exchanged another silent look, years of shared thoughts passing between them in an instant. Finally, James nodded. 3 drops, he instructed. And I'll ask the questions. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter confirmed everything he had told them voluntarily, along with additional details about Voldemort's forces and movements. By the time the potion wore off, leaving him exhausted but clear-headed, the sun had set outside the chalet windows. I think we've heard enough, Lily said, rising from her seat. Her legs were stiff from sitting so long, her mind overwhelmed with the implications of Peter's testimony. We need time to process all this. Of course, Dumbledore agreed, also standing. Peter will remain with me tonight. Tomorrow we can discuss potential strategies based on this new information. James nodded curtly, still maintaining an emotional distance from his former friend despite the verified intelligence he had provided. We'll reconvene at breakfast. As Dumbledore led Peter to another room within the chalet, Remus, James, and Lily gathered near the fireplace, speaking in low voices. Well? Remus asked. Do you believe him now? The Veritaserum confirms he's telling the truth as he understands it, Lily said cautiously. That doesn't necessarily mean his information is accurate. But it's the best lead we've had in years, James acknowledged reluctantly. If Voldemort really is planning something this specific, with a fixed timeline, it gives us an opportunity to act instead of just react, Remus finished for him. Maybe even end this once and for all. Lily shivered despite the warmth of the fire. At what cost, though? The prophecy says neither Harry nor Voldemort can truly live while the other survives. What does that mean for Harry if we confront Voldemort directly? It means we need to find this power the Dark Lord knows not before Voldemort completes his ritual, James said firmly. We need to make sure Harry has every advantage possible. He's 6 years old, James, Lily reminded him, her voice breaking slightly. He should be worrying about making friends and learning to read, not facing the darkest wizard of our time. James pulled her into his arms, his own eyes suspiciously bright. I know, Lils. And I swear to you, Harry won't face this alone. Not while I'm breathing. Remus watched them with a complicated mixture of emotions playing across his scarred face. We should contact Sirius, he said finally. Let him know what we've learned. Not over the mirror, James decided. Not even with our usual codes. This is too important. One of us should return to the safe house, brief him in person. I'll go, Lily said immediately. I want to see Harry anyway. Make sure he's all right. James nodded, understanding completely. First thing tomorrow. For now, we all need rest. Tomorrow's going to be a long day of planning. As they prepared for bed in the small room allocated to them, Lily found her thoughts turning to Harry. Was he sleeping peacefully under Sirius's watch? Had he noticed their absence yet? Did he somehow sense, even at his young age, the weight of destiny pressing down upon his small shoulders? He'll be fine, James murmured, as if reading her thoughts. Sirius would die before letting anything happen to him. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Lily confessed. That people will keep dying to protect him. That Harry will grow up watching everyone he loves sacrifice themselves in his name. James sat beside her on the edge of the bed, taking her hands in his. Then we end it. Once and for all. No more running, no more hiding. We take what Peter's told us, and we use it to finish Voldemort before he can complete this ritual. How? Lily asked, desperate for a solution that didn't involve putting their son in direct danger. James's hazel eyes burned with determination. I don't know yet. But between your brilliance, Dumbledore's power, and the rest of the Order's courage, we'll find a way. He squeezed her hands. We always do. Harry Potter was bored. Uncle Sirius had promised him an exciting day of games and stories, but instead, he'd spent most of the morning on a mirror call, speaking in hushed tones with someone Harry couldn't see. Uncle Sirius, he whined, tugging on his godfather's sleeve. You said we'd play Exploding Snap after breakfast. Sirius glanced down at him, his expression softening. Just a few more minutes, pup. Important grown-up stuff. Harry scowled, an expression that made him look remarkably like a miniature version of his father. That's what you said an hour ago. Was it really that long? Sirius checked his watch and winced. Sorry, mate. You're right. Let me just finish up here and then it's Exploding Snap time, I promise. Temporarily appeased, Harry wandered back to the small table where he'd been drawing. The safe house they were staying in was somewhere in the south of France, though Harry didn't know the exact location. It was smaller than the desert home they'd just left, but it had a lovely garden where Harry had spent yesterday afternoon chasing butterflies that changed colors when you got close to them. He missed his parents, though he was used to them occasionally going away for short periods. Order business, they always said, which Harry understood to mean fighting bad wizards. His parents were heroes, after all. Everyone said so. The sound of Sirius ending his mirror call brought Harry's attention back to the present. All right, Harry my boy, Sirius announced, clapping his hands together. Exploding Snap it is. And if you win, I might even teach you how to play gobstones. Harry brightened instantly. Really? Mum says gobstones is too messy for inside. What your mum doesn't know won't hurt her, Sirius winked, then hastily added, but let's keep that our little secret, eh? As they set up the card game on the living room floor, Harry studied his godfather's face. Despite his cheerful tone, there was tension around Sirius's eyes, a tightness to his smile that hadn't been there yesterday. Is everything okay? Harry asked, with the directness only a child can manage. Are Mum and Dad all right? Sirius's hand froze in the act of dealing cards. Of course they are, he said, recovering quickly. They're just having a boring meeting with some old friends. They'll be back before you know it. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he let it drop. Adults always thought children didn't notice when they were worried, but Harry had grown up watching his parents' faces for signs of danger. He'd learned to read the subtle shifts in their expressions, the way their voices changed when they were trying to hide their fear. Whatever Sirius had been talking about on the mirror call, it wasn't good news. But Harry knew from experience that pushing for answers would only make the adults more determined to protect him from the truth. So instead, he focused on the game, laughing delightedly when the cards exploded in Sirius's face, temporarily singeing his eyebrows. For a little while, at least, he could pretend that everything was normal. That they weren't always running, always hiding. That he was just a regular boy, playing cards with his godfather on a sunny morning in France. Lily arrived at the French safe house shortly after noon the next day, operating directly into the small foyer. The protective enchantments recognized her magical signature, allowing her entry without triggering any alarms. "Sirius," she called. "Harry." A thunder of footsteps was her only warning before Harry barreled into the room, launching himself into her arms with such force that she staggered backward. "Mom! You're back early. Did you bring me anything?" Lily laughed, hugging him tightly. "I've only been gone a day, love. Hardly enough time for souvenirs." "Uncle Sirius said you were at a boring meeting," Harry said, his face buried in her shoulder. "But your cloak smells like snow." Lily exchanged a look with Sirius, who had followed Harry at a more sedate pace. Her son missed nothing, a trait that was both a source of pride and concern. "The meeting was in the mountains," she explained, setting Harry down but keeping one arm around his shoulders. "Where it's still quite cold this time of year. Can I go there next time?" Harry asked eagerly. "I've never seen real snow. Uncle Sirius says it's brilliant for snowball fights." "Maybe someday," Lily hedged. "Right now, though, I think you promised to help Uncle Sirius clean up the Gobstones mess in the living room, didn't you?" Harry's eyes widened comically. "How did you know about the Gobstones?" "Mothers know everything," Lily said with mock severity. "Now, off you go. I need to talk to Uncle Sirius about grown-up things for a few minutes." Once Harry had reluctantly departed, Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You've got good timing. We only finished the Gobstones tournament an hour ago." His expression grew serious. "How did it go?" Remus's Patronus message was frustratingly vague. Lily cast a quick Muffliato charm to ensure Harry couldn't overhear before filling Sirius in on everything they had learned from Peter. By the time she finished, Sirius was pacing the small foyer, his face a storm of emotions. "And you believe him?" he demanded. "After everything?" "He took Veritaserum," Lily reminded him. "And his information aligns with what the Order has been gathering independently. Dumbledore thinks it's genuine." Sirius made a dismissive noise. "Dumbledore would give Voldemort himself a second chance if he showed up claiming to be reformed." "That's not fair, Sirius. Isn't it?" Sirius stopped pacing to face her directly. "He kept half the prophecy from you for 6 years, Lily. Who knows what else he's hiding?" Lily couldn't argue with that. The revelation of Dumbledore's omission still stung, still made her question how much they could truly rely on the old wizard's guidance. "Regardless," she said after a moment, "Peter's information gives us something we haven't had in a long time, an opportunity to act preemptively. If we can disrupt this ritual." "Then what?" Sirius challenged. "The prophecy still stands. Harry is still marked. Voldemort won't stop coming for him just because one plan failed." Lily closed her eyes briefly, the weight of it all threatening to overwhelm her. "I know. But it would buy us time. Time to find another solution. Time for Harry to, to grow up a little more before he has to face his destiny. Sirius's expression softened. He crossed to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. I'm sorry, Lils. I know this is harder for you and James than anyone. What do you need from me? Come back to Switzerland, Lily said immediately. We need everyone's input on how to approach this. Your strategic mind, your dueling skills. And Harry? Sirius asked. Where will he be during all this planning? Lily hesitated. That's the other thing I wanted to discuss with you. James and I, we think it might be time to bring Harry to Hogwarts. Sirius's eyebrows shot up. Hogwarts? But I thought you were adamant about keeping him away from Britain until he was older. That was before, Lily said quietly. Before we knew the full prophecy. Before we knew Voldemort was making his move. Hogwarts is still the safest place in the wizarding world, and if we're going to be focused on stopping this ritual. You want him where you know he's protected, Sirius finished for her. I understand. But won't bringing him to Britain put him closer to danger, not further from it? Not necessarily. The ritual site may be near Hogwarts, but Voldemort would never attempt to breach the castle's defenses directly. Not with Dumbledore there. Lily sighed. Besides, Harry's getting older. More aware. We can't keep him in isolation forever, Sirius. He needs to start learning, making friends, having something resembling a normal childhood. Sirius looked skeptical but didn't argue further. When would we leave? Tomorrow, Lily decided. I want one more night with him here, just in case. Just in case the worst happens. Just in case this is the last quiet moment we have together. The unspoken fears hung between them. Sirius nodded, understanding all too well. I'll help him pack his things. Make it seem like an adventure rather than another escape. Thank you, Lily said, genuine gratitude in her voice. For everything, Sirius. I don't know what we'd do without you. Let's hope you never have to find out, Sirius replied with a crooked smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Now, let's go see what destruction my godson has wrought on that gobstone set. The Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry looked exactly as James remembered it, from the enchanted ceiling currently showing a clear blue sky to the 4 long house tables stretching the length of the hall. It was strange to see it nearly empty, with only a few professors present during the summer holiday. Minerva McGonagall approached them as they entered, her stern face softening at the sight of Harry holding tightly to Lily's hand, eyes wide with wonder as he took in the magical splendor around him. Potter, she greeted James, a hint of warmth beneath her formal tone. It's been too long. Professor, James replied with a small smile. Still keeping Gryffindor in line. Trying to, she said dryly. Though none have given me quite the trouble you and your friends did. Her gaze shifted to Harry. And this must be young Mr. Potter. My, how you've grown since I last saw you. Harry, suddenly shy, pressed closer to Lily's side. Hello, he said softly. Harry, this is Professor McGonagall, Lily explained. She'll be your transfiguration teacher when you're old enough to attend Hogwarts. If you're anything like your father, Mr. Potter, I expect I'll be seeing quite a lot of you in detention as well, McGonagall said, though her eyes twinkled with something that might have been affection. Harry's shyness evaporated instantly. Dad got detention? He asked, clearly delighted by this revelation about his father's past. More times than I care to count, McGonagall confirmed. Though I'm sure he'll tell you it was all in the name of important research. It was. James protested with a laugh. Vital magical experimentation. The brief moment of levity faded as Dumbledore entered the hall, accompanied by Remus, Sirius, and, to James's discomfort, Peter Pettigrew. Ah, good, you've all arrived safely, Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry, my boy, welcome to Hogwarts. I believe Hagrid has been quite excited to meet you. He's waiting in his cabin with a surprise. Harry looked questioningly at his parents. At their nod of approval, his face lit up. What kind of surprise? That would spoil it, wouldn't it? Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. Professor McGonagall, perhaps you could escort young Harry to Hagrid's while we attend to our other business. McGonagall nodded, understanding the need for privacy. Come along, Mr. Potter. And mind you stay with Hagrid until someone comes to fetch you. The Forbidden Forest is called that for a reason. As McGonagall led Harry away, James couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. It was the first time they'd been separated from him in an unfamiliar environment. Even with all of Hogwarts's protections, even knowing McGonagall and Hagrid would guard him with their lives, it felt wrong not to have Harry within reach. He'll be fine, James, Lily murmured, sensing his concern. This is Hogwarts. I know, James replied, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. It's just hard to let go, even a little. A natural parental instinct, Dumbledore observed, but a necessary step, I think. Now, shall we adjourn to my office? We have much to discuss, and little time to do it. Dumbledore's office was crowded with the addition of the 5 visitors. James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter arranged themselves in conjured chairs while Dumbledore took his usual seat behind the ornate desk. Fawkes the Phoenix watched them from his perch, occasionally preening his brilliant plumage. Based on the intelligence Peter has provided, Dumbledore began without preamble, we have 31 days to prepare for Voldemort's ritual at the Druid Circle. The question before us is, what form should our intervention take? We stop it, Sirius said immediately. Full frontal assault. Bring in the entire order, hit them with everything we've got. And risk being overwhelmed by Voldemort's forces? Remus countered. Remember, Peter's information suggests he'll have his entire inner circle present, plus additional security. So we're outnumbered, Sirius shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time. It's not just about numbers, Lily interjected. It's about the ritual itself. Interrupting complex magic at the wrong moment could have catastrophic consequences, not just for those present, but potentially for Harry as well, given his connection to the prophecy. James nodded his agreement. Lily's right. We need to be strategic about this. Disrupt the ritual in a way that neutralizes the threat without triggering magical backlash. What if? Peter spoke for the first time, his voice hesitant. What if we didn't try to stop it at all? What if we let it proceed, but altered it somehow? All eyes turned to him, expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion. Explain, Dumbledore prompted. Peter shifted uncomfortably under the collective scrutiny. Rituals like the one Voldemort is planning require precise components, exact timing, specific incantations. What if we found a way to sabotage one element? Something subtle, that wouldn't be noticed until it was too late. Sabotage how? James asked, his tone making it clear that he still didn't fully trust Peter's suggestions. I don't know exactly, Peter admitted. But I know who might. Severus. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees at the mention of Severus Snape. James's expression darkened, while Lily went very still. Snape is a Death Eater, Sirius spat. He's probably helping design the bloody ritual in the first place. He's also a double agent, Remus reminded him quietly. And the most knowledgeable potioneer in the Order. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Severus would indeed have valuable insights into how such a ritual might be vulnerable to subtle interference. And his position within Voldemort's circle gives him access that the rest of us lack. You can't be serious, James said incredulously. After what he did, telling Voldemort about the prophecy in the first place, you want to bring him into this? No one is suggesting we place our full trust in Severus, Dumbledore said calmly. But his expertise would be foolish to ignore. Lily, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally spoke. Bring him in, she said quietly. James stared at her in shock. Lily, I mean it, James, she said, her green eyes meeting his directly. This is about Harry. About ending this nightmare once and for all. I don't care about old grudges or hurt feelings. I care about our son. Her words hung in the air, a reminder of what was truly at stake. After a moment, James nodded stiffly. Fine. But I want it noted that I think this is a mistake. Duly noted, Dumbledore said with the faintest hint of amusement. I will arrange for Severus to join us tomorrow. In the meantime, I suggest we continue refining our approach. Remus, perhaps you could work with Peter to develop a more detailed understanding of the ritual components based on his intelligence. Remus nodded, though he cast a concerned glance at James, whose jaw was clenched in barely suppressed anger. Sirius, Dumbledore continued, your expertise in defensive strategies would be valuable in planning our positioning around the ritual site. And James, Lily, I believe your combined talents would be best directed toward researching potential magical countermeasures. The assignments were logical, but James couldn't help feeling that Dumbledore was deliberately separating him from Peter and the future discussion with Snape. Keeping potential conflicts at bay. One more thing, Dumbledore added as they prepared to depart. I believe it would be wise for Harry to remain at Hogwarts for the duration of our preparations. The castle's protections are unparalleled, and it would allow you, he nodded to James and Lily, to focus fully on the task at hand. Though it pained them to admit it, the suggestion made sense. Harry would be safer at Hogwarts than anywhere else, especially with both of his parents deeply involved in planning what amounted to a preemptive strike against Voldemort. We'll explain it to him, Lily said, though her heart ached at the thought of another separation. Make him understand why it's necessary. As they filed out of Dumbledore's office, James pulled Lily aside, letting the others go ahead. Are you really okay with bringing Snape into this? He asked in a low voice. Lily sighed. No. But I meant what I said, James. This is about Harry, not us. Not our history with Severus. She met his gaze steadily. I would work with the devil himself if it meant keeping our son safe. James couldn't argue with that. He felt the same way, even if the thought of collaborating with Snape made his skin crawl. For Harry, he would endure far worse. All right, he conceded. But I'm not leaving you alone with him. A ghost of a smile crossed Lily's face. I wouldn't expect you to. Now come on, let's go see what surprise Hagrid has for Harry. 10 galleons says it's something that breathes fire. Sucker bet, James replied with a small smile of his own. It's Hagrid. Hagrid's surprise, as it turned out, was not a fire-breathing creature, much to James's relief, but a miniature model of Hogwarts castle that moved and changed just like the real thing. Tiny figures representing students and teachers wandered the halls, staircases shifted positions, and even the Whomping Willow swayed menacingly on the enchanted grounds. Harry was utterly entranced, lying on his stomach on Hagrid's enormous bed to get eye level with the magical creation. Look, Mum, he exclaimed as Lily and James entered the gamekeeper's cabin. The people inside move on their own. And Hagrid says when term starts, it'll show the actual students. It's incredible, Hagrid, Lily said sincerely, smiling at the half-giant who was beaming with pride. Did you make this yourself? Had a bit help from Professor Flitwick with the charms, Hagrid admitted, pink showing through his wild beard. But the carvin's all mine. Thought young Harry here might like to see what the castle's really like, since he'll be attendant himself in a few years. Can I stay and watch it all day? Harry asked, not taking his eyes off the miniature castle. I want to see everything. James and Lily exchanged a glance. This was the opening they needed to explain Harry's extended stay at Hogwarts, but the words still stuck in James's throat. Actually, love, Lily began gently, sitting beside Harry on the bed, Dad, and I wanted to talk to you about that. How would you feel about staying here at Hogwarts for a little while? With Hagrid and the professors? Harry's head jerked up, his green eyes, so like his mother's, wide with surprise. Without you and Dad? Just for a short time, James added quickly. Your mum and I have some very important work to do. Work that might help us stop running. Harry's small face scrunched in concentration as he processed this. Stop running. Like, live in a real house. Go to a real school. That's the hope, Lily said, her voice catching slightly. But to make that happen, we need to do this work, and it's not safe for you to be with us while we do it. Is it fighting the bad wizard? Harry asked directly. The one who wants to hurt me. Sometimes James forgot how perceptive his son was, how much he understood despite their efforts to shield him from the harsher realities of their situation. Yes, he admitted. It is. Harry was quiet for a moment, looking back at the miniature castle. Will you come back? He finally asked, his voice small. The simple question broke something in Lily. She pulled Harry into her arms, holding him tight against her. Always, she promised fiercely. Always, Harry. Nothing could keep us from coming back to you. Course they'll be back, Hagrid interjected, wiping suspiciously at his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. And meanwhile, you'll have a grand time here. Lots to explore, plenty to learn. I'll show ya the lake, there's a giant squid, ya know. And Professor McGonagall says she might give ya some early transfiguration lessons if you're good. Harry perked up slightly at this. Really? I could learn magic early. Just the basics, Lily clarified, relieved at her son's tentative enthusiasm. But yes, I think that could be arranged. And when we come back, James added, if everything goes well, maybe we can talk about staying. Not hiding anymore. The hope that bloomed on Harry's face was both beautiful and painful to behold. For his entire life, they had moved from place to place, never settling, never belonging. The idea of stability, of an end to the constant running, was clearly almost too wonderful for him to comprehend. Promise? He asked, looking between his parents with such naked longing that James felt his throat constrict. We promise to try, Lily said honestly. With everything we have. Harry seemed to accept this. He nodded solemnly, then turned back to the model castle. Can I stay in Gryffindor Tower? Like you and Dad did? James laughed, grateful for the break in tension. We'll ask Professor McGonagall. I'm sure something can be arranged. As Harry returned his attention to the miniature Hogwarts, occasionally asking Hagrid questions about different parts of the castle, James and Lily moved slightly apart to speak privately. That went better than I expected, James admitted in a whisper. He's always been adaptable, Lily replied. He's had to be. But James, we have to make this work. We can't let him down. James took her hand, squeezing it tightly. We won't. Whatever it takes, Lils. Whatever it takes. The next few weeks passed in a blur of research, planning, and preparation. Harry settled into life at Hogwarts with remarkable ease, dividing his time between lessons with various professors, which seemed suspiciously like playtime with magical elements, and explorations of the castle grounds under Hagrid's watchful eye. Meanwhile, the adults worked tirelessly to develop a strategy for the summer solstice. Severus Snape had indeed joined their efforts, bringing with him detailed knowledge of the ritual Voldemort was planning to perform. His reunion with Lily had been tense but civil, while he and James maintained a frosty distance that occasionally threatened to erupt into open hostility. The ritual requires 7 key components, Snape explained during one particularly long planning session. The timing, sunset on the summer solstice. The location, a natural nexus of magical energy. Blood from the Dark Lord himself. The sympathetic link, something connected to both the prophecy and Potter's son. A binding agent, a potion that I have been instructed to brew. The incantation, ancient Aramaic, specific to prophecy magic. And finally, the power source, the combined magical energy of 13 Death Eaters, channeled through the Dark Lord. And your suggestion is to tamper with the potion? Remus clarified, making notes on a large piece of parchment. Snape nodded curtly. It is the only component I have direct control over, and the one least likely to be double-checked by the Dark Lord. He trusts my brewing skills implicitly. How convenient, Sirius muttered, earning himself a glare from both Snape and Lily. What would the tampering achieve? Lily asked, focusing on the practical aspects. Would it simply prevent the ritual from working, or could it be modified to have a specific effect? That depends on what we hope to accomplish, Snape replied, addressing her directly and ignoring the others. A simple sabotage would cause the ritual to fail, possibly violently. But with the right modifications. He hesitated, seeming reluctant to continue. Go on, Dumbledore prompted. With the right modifications, Snape said slowly, we might be able to reverse the ritual's intended effect. Instead of creating a connection between the Dark Lord and the prophecy orb, it could create a connection between him and something else. Something else like what? James demanded. Snape's dark eyes flickered to him briefly before returning to Lily. That would be your area of expertise, not mine. But I would suggest something that could weaken the Dark Lord's connection to his own powers, perhaps. Or strengthen young Potter's protections. Lily's mind was already racing with possibilities. A reversal, it's brilliant, Severus. We'd need to calculate the exact magical resonance frequencies, develop a stabilizing agent to prevent backlash. I've already begun preliminary work, Snape said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. The base potion must be started by tomorrow to be ready in time for the solstice. And you're certain Voldemort won't detect any alterations? Dumbledore asked. Not if they're done correctly, Snape confirmed. The binding agent is complex, with over 30 ingredients. A subtle change to 3 or 4 of them would be virtually undetectable without a complete analysis, which there won't be time for. The planning continued late into the night, with Snape and Lily eventually moving to a makeshift potions laboratory to begin preliminary experiments, while the others focused on the logistics of positioning Order members around the Druid's circle without alerting Voldemort's forces to their presence. As the solstice drew nearer, a tentative optimism began to build among the group. For the first time in years, they weren't simply reacting to Voldemort's moves, they were making moves of their own. But with the hope came heightened tension. The stakes had never been higher, and everyone felt the pressure of what failure would mean. Not just for them, but for Harry, and for the wizarding world as a whole. On the evening before the solstice, Harry found his mother in the Hogwarts library, surrounded by ancient tomes and parchment covered in complex magical calculations. He approached quietly, watching her work for several minutes before she noticed his presence. Harry. Lily startled, quickly covering some of the more disturbing illustrations in the book before her. What are you doing here? It's nearly bedtime. Harry climbed onto the chair next to her. Hagrid said I could say goodnight to you and Dad. Where is Dad? Meeting with Professor Dumbledore and Uncle Sirius, Lily explained, wrapping an arm around her son's shoulders. He'll come find you before you go to sleep, I promise. Harry nodded, leaning into his mother's embrace. Are you leaving tomorrow? For the important work? Yes, Lily admitted. There was no point lying to him, Harry always seemed to know when they weren't telling him the whole truth. Early in the morning. Will you be gone long? Lily hesitated. I don't think so. Just a day or two. Harry studied her face with an intensity that sometimes unnerved her. His eyes might be shaped like hers, but the way he looked at people, as if he could see right through them, that was all James. You're scared, he said finally. Not a question, but a simple observation. Lily considered denying it, then thought better of it. Yes, she acknowledged. A little. But that's okay. Sometimes being scared just means you're doing something important. Harry processed this, his small brow furrowed in concentration. Is it about the prophecy? The one about me and the bad wizard? Lily froze. Harry, how do you know about that? He shrugged. I heard Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus talking. They didn't know I was there. A flash of mischief crossed his face. I'm very quiet when I want to be. Like father, like son, Lily sighed. James had always had a knack for overhearing things he shouldn't. What exactly did you hear? That there's a prophecy about me defeating the bad wizard, Harry said matter-of-factly. And that's why he wants to hurt me. And why we're always hiding. Lily's heart ached at how simply her 6-year-old could summarize the situation that had dominated his entire life. Yes, that's basically it. So tomorrow, you're going to stop him? For good. We're going to try, Lily said honestly. That's the goal. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Then, without warning, he threw his arms around her neck, hugging her fiercely. Be careful, he whispered. I need you and Dad to come back. Lily held him tightly, breathing in the scent of his hair, committing to memory the feel of his small body against hers. We will, she promised, though she knew it was a promise she might not be able to keep. We'll always come back to you, Harry. One way or another. The summer solstice dawned clear and bright, a perfect June day that gave no indication of the momentous events that would unfold as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The Order of the Phoenix had spent the morning making final preparations. Positions around the Druid circle had been assigned, communication methods confirmed, contingency plans established. Everyone knew their role in the complex operation that would unfold at sunset. James and Lily had said their goodbyes to Harry at breakfast, keeping the farewell light and casual despite the heaviness in their hearts. Harry, perhaps sensing their anxiety, had been on his best behavior, promising to mind Hagrid and the professors until they returned. Now, as the afternoon wore on, they gathered in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a perfect staging area for their mission. Maps of the Forbidden Forest covered one wall, magical markers indicating the positions each order member would take. Supplies were neatly arranged on tables, healing potions, defensive artifacts, communication devices. And in the center of it all, a single crystal vial containing a shimmering blue potion, Snape's modified binding agent, the linchpin of their entire plan. Is it ready? James asked, eyeing the vial with a mixture of hope and suspicion. Despite weeks of working alongside Snape, he still couldn't bring himself to fully trust the man. It is, Snape confirmed, his voice betraying no emotion. Precisely as we discussed. When added to the ritual at the critical moment, it will reverse the intended effect, creating a connection not between the Dark Lord and the prophecy, but between him and the magical artifact you and Lily prepared. The artifact in question was a small stone amulet, currently in Lily's possession. They had spent days enchanting it with complex protective spells, designed to specifically counter Voldemort's powers when connected to him through the modified ritual. And you're certain Voldemort won't detect the substitution? Sirius asked for what felt like the 100th time. Not until it's too late, Snape said with the barest hint of impatience. The physical properties of the potion remain unchanged. Only its magical resonance has been altered, and that won't be detectable until the ritual is underway. And you'll be able to make the switch without being noticed. Remus directed this question to Peter, who would be attending the ritual as a seemingly repentant Death Eater, having escaped Order custody and returned to Voldemort's service just days ago. Peter nodded, though he couldn't quite hide his nervousness. The Dark Lord believes I've brought him valuable intelligence about the Order's movements. He's pleased with me. Not watching as closely as he might otherwise. Remember, Dumbledore said, addressing the entire group, our primary objective is to disrupt Voldemort's connection to the prophecy and establish the counter-connection through the artifact. If successful, this should significantly weaken his powers, at least temporarily. Only then do we engage directly. And if it doesn't work? Sirius asked the question no one else wanted to voice. Dumbledore's blue eyes grew grave. Then we fall back to our contingency plan. Protect Peter's escape with the prophecy intelligence, and live to fight another day. The unspoken reality hung heavy in the air, failure today might mean years more of running, hiding, living in fear. For Harry, for all of them. It will work, Lily said firmly, her green eyes blazing with determination. It has to. James took her hand, squeezing it gently. Together, he reminded her. Whatever happens, we face it together. As the sun began its final descent toward the horizon, the Order members prepared to move out. Disillusioned and in small groups, they would make their way through the forbidden forest to their assigned positions around the Druid circle. Peter, who would be approaching from a different direction to maintain his cover, stood awkwardly apart from the others. Despite weeks of working together, there remained a palpable distance between him and his former friends. Trust, once broken, was not easily repaired. Peter, James said suddenly, crossing to where the smaller man stood. I just wanted to say. He hesitated, the words not coming easily. Thank you. For doing this. Peter looked stunned. You don't need to thank me, James. After what I did, what I almost did, you're risking your life to help us now, James cut him off. That counts for something. It wasn't forgiveness, not fully. But it was acknowledgement, and for Peter, whose eyes suddenly shone with unshed tears, it clearly meant the world. I won't let you down, he promised, his voice thick with emotion. Not again. Never again. With final preparations complete, the group began to disperse. Dumbledore would coordinate from a distance, ready to intervene directly only if absolutely necessary. His presence too close to the ritual might alert Voldemort prematurely. As James and Lily prepared to leave with their assigned team, Lily felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to return to the castle, to find Harry, to hold him one more time. As if sensing her thoughts, James placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. He knows we love him, he said softly. And we'll see him again soon. Lily nodded, drawing strength from her husband's confidence. Soon, she agreed. With a last look back at Hogwarts Castle, visible through the Room of Requirement's enchanted windows, they departed for the Forbidden Forest and whatever fate awaited them at the Druid Circle. The ancient stone circle deep within the Forbidden Forest was a place few Hogwarts students ever discovered, and fewer still dared to linger. 13 megalithic stones, each standing over 15 feet tall, arranged in a perfect circle around a central altar of smooth black stone. The ground within the circle was bare earth, while the area beyond the stones was thick with underbrush and towering trees that seemed to lean away from the site, as if reluctant to come too close to the ancient magic that permeated it. By the time James and Lily reached their assigned position, concealed in the dense foliage 50 yards from the eastern edge of the circle, the sun was hanging low in the sky, painting the forest in shades of gold and amber. Through their enchanted communication devices, charmed galleons that conveyed short messages, they knew that all other Order members were in place as well. Now there was nothing to do but wait. Their late, Sirius's voice came through the charmed mirror James held. He and Remus were positioned on the opposite side of the circle, providing cross-coverage. You don't think they'll be here, James interrupted. Snape said sunset exactly. We still have a few minutes. As if summoned by his words, movement caught their eye at the northern edge of the clearing. Dark-robed figures began to emerge from the trees, moving in formation toward the stone circle. They wore the distinctive masks of Death Eaters, silver gleaming in the fading sunlight. I count 12, Lily whispered. Plus Voldemort himself, that's 13 exactly. Just as Severus predicted. James nodded, his grip tightening on his wand. Can you see Peter? Lily squinted, trying to identify individual figures among the nearly identical robed forms. Not yet. He must be among them somewhere. The Death Eaters arranged themselves around the circle, one at each stone except for the northernmost position, which remained conspicuously empty. As they watched, another figure emerged from the forest, taller than the others, moving with an inhuman grace that sent chills down Lily's spine even from a distance. Lord Voldemort had arrived. He wore no mask, his serpentine features visible even in the dimming light. In his arms, he carried what appeared to be an ornate wooden box, approximately the size of a small chest. The ritual components, James breathed. Just as Snape described. They watched as Voldemort entered the circle, placing the box upon the central altar. With a gesture, he directed his followers to take their positions, one at each standing stone. Only then did Lily spot Peter, his smaller stature making him recognizable despite the uniform robes and mask. He took his place at one of the easternmost stones, closest to where she and James were hidden. "There's Wormtail," she whispered, pointing. "Almost directly across from us." James nodded, his expression grim. "Now we wait for his signal. Everything depends on him making the switch at precisely the right moment." Inside the circle, Voldemort had opened the wooden box and was removing items one by one, arranging them on the altar with ritualistic precision. A silver dagger. A crystal phial of dark liquid, his own blood, according to Snape. A small object that caught the last rays of sunlight, the sympathetic link, though they couldn't make out what it was from this distance. And finally, a large glass flask containing a swirling crimson potion, the binding agent that Peter would need to replace with Snape's modified version. "He's starting," Lily whispered, as Voldemort raised his arms and began to speak in a language neither of them recognized, ancient Aramaic, presumably, the ritual language Snape had mentioned. The air within the stone circle began to shimmer, as if heat was rising from the ground despite the cooling evening temperature. The Death Eaters raised their wands in unison, directing them toward the center where Voldemort stood at the altar. "Come on, Peter," James muttered. "What are you waiting for?" But Peter remained motionless at his assigned stone, giving no indication that he was about to make any move toward the altar. Voldemort's chanting grew louder, more intense. He took the silver dagger and drew it across his palm, letting several drops of blood fall onto the small object on the altar, the sympathetic link. The object began to glow with an eerie blue light. "Something's wrong," Lily hissed. "He should have made the switch by now." James activated the communication galleon, sending a rapid message to the other teams. Seconds later, Sirius's response came through, "No movement on our side either. Wormtail frozen." "We need to do something," Lily said urgently. "If Voldemort completes the ritual with the original potion, I know," James cut her off, his mind racing through their options. "We could create a diversion. Something to interrupt the ritual temporarily, give Peter a chance to make the switch. Or we make the switch ourselves," Lily said, already reaching for the small vial of potion they carried as a backup. "One of us could disillusion, approach from behind, too risky," James objected. "You'd be completely exposed if the charm failed." Inside the circle, Voldemort had reached what appeared to be a critical juncture in the ritual. He held the flask of crimson potion aloft, the final rays of the setting sun catching it and making it glow like liquid fire. "We're out of time," Lily whispered, desperation in her voice. "James, we have to," but before either of them could act, something unexpected happened. As Voldemort began to pour the binding agent onto the glowing object, a flash of movement caught their eye. Peter had broken formation, rushing toward the altar with surprising speed. "Distraction on the west side." Sirius's voice came through the mirror urgently. "Remus is engaging." Sure enough, commotion had erupted on the far side of the circle. Several Death Eaters had turned away from the ritual, their attention drawn to whatever diversion Remus had created. In that moment of confusion, Peter reached the altar. With movements too quick to follow clearly from their position, he seemed to collide with Voldemort, apparently stumbling into him. The flask of potion wobbled in Voldemort's grip but didn't fall. "What is he doing?" James hissed. "That's not the plan." For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed that Peter's intervention had failed. Voldemort shoved him away with inhuman strength, sending the smaller man sprawling to the ground. The Dark Lord's face contorted with rage, but his focus remained on the ritual, which had reached its critical point. He raised the flask once more, continuing the incantation without missing a beat. As the last sliver of sun disappeared below the horizon, he poured the potion over the glowing object on the altar. "We're too late," Lily whispered, horror in her voice. A column of blinding white light erupted from the altar, shooting upward into the darkening sky. The ground beneath their feet trembled as waves of magical energy pulsed outward from the stone circle. "The connection is forming," James said grimly. "We need to move to phase 2. Alert the others, full engagement in 30 seconds. But before Lily could activate the communication galleon, something strange began to happen within the circle. The column of light, which should have remained steady according to Snape's description of the ritual, began to flicker and twist. Its color shifted from white to blue, then to a deep, pulsing purple. Voldemort stepped back from the altar, confusion evident even at a distance. He raised his wand toward the column of light, as if attempting to stabilize it, but the magical energy only grew more chaotic. "It's working," Lily breathed, sudden hope blooming in her chest. Somehow, Peter must have made the switch after all. The purple light suddenly contracted, condensing into a tight sphere above the altar before exploding outward in a shockwave that knocked everyone, Death Eaters and Hidden Order members alike, to the ground. When James and Lily struggled back to their feet, the scene in the clearing had transformed into chaos. Death Eaters were scattered, some unconscious, others disoriented. Voldemort himself was on his knees beside the altar, his skeletal hands clutching his chest as if in pain. "Now!" James shouted, abandoning stealth. "Everyone move in." All around the circle, Order members emerged from their hiding places, flinging spells at the disoriented Death Eaters. Sirius and Remus charged in from the west, while teams led by Moody and Shacklebolt advanced from the north and south. James and Lily sprinted toward the circle's eastern edge, their target clear. Voldemort himself, weakened by the backfiring ritual, was at his most vulnerable. But even wounded, the Dark Lord was formidable. As they approached, he rose to his feet, his crimson eyes burning with hatred. With a sweep of his wand, he sent 3 advancing Order members flying backward into the trees. "Potter," he hissed, his voice carrying across the clearing despite the chaos of battle around them. "Always interfering. Always delaying the inevitable." "It's over, Riddle," James called back, using Voldemort's hated birth name. "Whatever you were trying to accomplish here has failed." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a terrible smile. "Has it?" With startling speed, he reached toward the altar and snatched up the object that had been the focus of the ritual, a small, tarnished silver rattle. Lily gasped in recognition. "That's your son's," Voldemort confirmed, his voice silky with malice. "A gift from his godfather, I believe. Retrieved from the ruins of Godric's Hollow years ago." Cold dread washed over James. Harry's first rattle, thought lost in the attack on their home. The perfect sympathetic link, an object connected to both Harry and the prophecy, imbued with powerful emotional resonance. "The ritual may not have given me what I wanted," Voldemort continued, "but it has given me something perhaps more valuable, a direct connection to your son." "No," Lily whispered, horror etched across her face. "Even now, I can feel him," Voldemort said, his eyes gleaming with triumph despite his weakened state. "At Hogwarts, isn't he? In the gamekeeper's hut, playing with a rather mangy dog." He laughed, a high, cold sound that cut through the noise of battle. "Did you think he would be safe there? Nothing is beyond my reach now, not even Dumbledore's precious school." James and Lily exchanged a look of pure terror. Sirius had been with Harry when they left that morning. The mangy dog could only be his animagus form. "You're lying," James said, but doubt crept into his voice. "The ritual failed. We saw it." "Did you?" Voldemort challenged. "Or did it simply produce unexpected results?" He held up the silver rattle, which now emitted a faint, pulsing glow. "Your son calls to me, Potter. And now, I can answer." With a sudden, violent motion, Voldemort hurled the rattle to the ground and brought his foot down upon it. The metal crumpled with a sound like a child's scream. Miles away, in Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, 6-year-old Harry Potter collapsed to the floor, clutching his forehead in agony. Back at the ritual site, Lily didn't hesitate. With a cry of rage and fear, she launched a barrage of spells at Voldemort more powerful than anything James had ever seen her produce. The Dark Lord was forced to defend himself, momentarily forgetting the crushed rattle at his feet. "James!" Lily shouted between curses. "Harry! Go!" James understood immediately. With Voldemort occupied by Lily's assault, he had a brief opening to retrieve the damaged rattle, their one hope of breaking whatever connection had formed between it and their son. He dove forward, rolling under a stray curse from a nearby duel, and snatched the crumpled silver object from the ground. The metal burned against his skin, unnaturally hot and vibrating with dark magic. "I've got it," he called to Lily, who was maintaining her relentless attack on Voldemort despite the sweat pouring down her face from the magical exertion. "Destroy it," she cried, deflecting a particularly vicious curse from Voldemort that left a smoking crater in the ground beside her. James raised his wand, preparing to obliterate the corrupted rattle, when movement caught his eye. Peter, whom he had lost track of during the initial chaos, was staggering toward him, blood streaming from a wound on his temple. "James," Peter gasped. "Give it to me. I know how to break the connection." For a moment, James hesitated. Despite everything Peter had done to help them in recent weeks, years of suspicion were hard to overcome. But there was no time to debate, not with Harry in danger. "How?" he demanded, not yet relinquishing the rattle. "The reversal potion," Peter explained urgently. "It's not finished working. It needs to complete the transformation cycle. I can use it to sever the link before it fully forms." James glanced at Lily, still locked in combat with Voldemort. Around them, the battle was intensifying as more Death Eaters recovered from the initial shock and joined the fight. "Do it," he decided, pressing the rattle into Peter's hands. "But Peter, if this is a trick, it's not," Peter promised, his watery eyes sincere. "I swear on my life, James. On everything we once meant to each other. Trust me this one last time." With that, he turned and sprinted toward the altar, where the remnants of Snape's modified potion still swirled in their container. James wanted to follow, to ensure Peter did as promised, but a scream from Lily drew his attention back to her duel with Voldemort. The Dark Lord had gained the upper hand, forcing Lily backward with a series of increasingly powerful curses. She was tiring, her shields weakening with each impact. "Lily!" James shouted, racing to her side and joining his magic with hers just as Voldemort launched a killing curse. Together, their shields held, the green light of the Avada Kedavra dissipating against the combined force of their magic. "Harry," Lily gasped, her voice strained from the effort of maintaining the shield. "Can you feel it?" "Something's happening to him, I can feel it, James." And suddenly, James could feel it too, a strange, cold sensation creeping through his chest, as if something essential was being drained from him. From them both. From their connection to Harry. The rattle, he realized. Voldemort's using it to drain Harry's life force. Across the clearing, Peter had reached the altar. With trembling hands, he dipped the crumpled silver rattle into the remains of the potion, which hissed and bubbled upon contact with the enchanted metal. "What is this?" Voldemort snarled, momentarily distracted by Peter's actions. "Wormtail. What are you doing?" Peter didn't respond, his focus entirely on the ritual he was performing. He began to chant, not the Aramaic of Voldemort's ritual, but something older, something Lily recognized with a jolt of surprise as the ancient Celtic language she and Snape had incorporated into their modified potion. "He's completing the reversal," she whispered to James. "He's turning the connection back on Voldemort himself." Understanding dawned on Voldemort's serpentine face. With a howl of rage, he turned his wand from James and Lily toward Peter. "Traitor," he screamed. "Avada Kedavra." The killing curse shot across the clearing like a bolt of green lightning. Time seemed to slow as James and Lily watched, helpless to intervene from this distance. But Peter, seeming to sense the attack, made one final, desperate move. He thrust the rattle, still dripping with the modified potion, high above his head and shouted the final words of the reversal incantation. The killing curse struck him full in the chest at the exact moment the enchantment took effect. What happened next would be debated by magical theorists for decades to come. The killing curse, rather than simply ending Peter's life, appeared to be caught in the magical backlash of the interrupted ritual. Green light met swirling blue energy, creating a vortex of wild magic that engulfed both Peter and the silver rattle he held. For one terrible moment, Peter stood frozen, his eyes locked with James's across the clearing. In that final gaze was everything: apology, redemption, farewell. Then the magical energies collapsed inward, and Peter Pettigrew simply vanished. Where he had stood remained only a small crater in the earth, and floating above it, the silver rattle, restored to its original form, untarnished and unbroken. Voldemort's agonized scream split the night. He fell to his knees, his body seeming to flicker like a faulty projection. The dark magic that had sustained his unnatural form these many years was destabilizing, affected by the same energies that had consumed Peter. "What have you done?" he shrieked, his voice distorted and inhuman. "What have you done?" James didn't waste the opportunity. With Voldemort temporarily incapacitated, he sprinted forward and seized the floating rattle. The metal was cool to the touch now, the dark magic purged from it. "Lily," he shouted. "The amulet. Now." Lily didn't hesitate. She pulled the enchanted stone amulet from around her neck and tossed it to James, who caught it one-handed. In a fluid motion, he pressed it against the rattle, completing the magical circuit they had designed. "For Harry," he whispered, and activated the final enchantment. A pulse of pure white light erupted from the combined objects, washing over Voldemort's kneeling form. The Dark Lord's scream cut off abruptly as the light enveloped him. For a moment, just a moment, his body seemed to solidify again, the flickering stopped. Then, with an expression of dawning horror, Lord Voldemort looked down at his hands, which had begun to crumble, like sand washing away in the tide. "This is not the end, Potter," he hissed, even as his body continued to disintegrate. "I cannot die. I will return. And when I do, your son will." His final threat remained unspoken as the last of his physical form dissolved into dust, leaving behind only empty robes and a wand that clattered to the ground. Around the clearing, the remaining Death Eaters, those who weren't already captured or unconscious, began to disapparate, fleeing now that their master had fallen. Order members moved to secure those who remained, while James and Lily stood frozen, staring at the spot where Voldemort had been. "Is he gone?" Lily whispered. "Not dead," James said grimly. "Snape warned us the ritual wouldn't be enough to kill him outright. He's taken too many steps to ensure his immortality. But he's been drastically weakened, his physical form destroyed. It will take him years, maybe decades, to regain his power." "Harry," Lily said suddenly, urgency in her voice. "We need to get to Harry. Now." They turned as one and sprinted toward the edge of the clearing, intent on reaching Hogwarts as quickly as possible. As they ran, James clutched the silver rattle tightly in his hand, the connection to their son restored, purified by Peter's final sacrifice. Behind them, in the stone circle bathed in moonlight, Remus Lupin stood alone, staring at the small crater where his friend had disappeared. Sirius approached slowly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "He saved us," Remus said simply. "In the end, he saved all of us." Sirius nodded, words failing him for once. After a moment, he squeezed Remus's shoulder. "Come on. James and Lily will need us. Harry will need us." Together, they turned and followed the path their friends had taken, leaving behind the ancient stones that had witnessed both the near triumph of darkness and its unexpected defeat. In Hagrid's hut, Harry Potter lay on a makeshift bed, pale but conscious. The searing pain that had dropped him to the floor had faded to a dull ache centered in his forehead, where a curious lightning bolt shape had briefly appeared before fading away. Hagrid hovered anxiously nearby, while Professor McGonagall checked the boy's vital signs with her wand for the third time in as many minutes. "I'm fine," Harry insisted weakly. Really? It doesn't hurt much anymore. Nevertheless, Mr. Potter, you will remain still until Madame Pomfrey arrives, McGonagall said firmly, though relief was evident in her voice. That was a very serious magical shock you experienced. What happened? Harry asked, his green eyes troubled. I felt like someone was trying to pull something out of me. Something important. McGonagall and Hagrid exchanged concerned glances. We don't know exactly, McGonagall admitted. But I'm certain your parents will explain when they return. If they return, Harry said softly, voicing the fear that had taken root in his heart during those moments of excruciating pain. What if they don't come back? Now you listen here, Hagrid said gruffly, his beetle-black eyes suspiciously wet. Your mum and dad are the strongest, bravest witches and wizards I've ever known. They'll be back, don't you worry. As if summoned by his words, the door to the hut burst open. James and Lily Potter stood in the doorway, breathless from their sprint across the grounds, their robes torn and singed from battle. Harry! Lily cried, rushing to her son's bedside. Oh, Harry, my baby, Mum. Harry struggled to sit up, reaching for her with both arms. Dad! You're okay. James joined them, gathering both his wife and son into a fierce embrace. We're okay, he confirmed, his voice thick with emotion. And you're okay. Everything's going to be okay now. Harry looked up at his father, his eyes wide with hope and disbelief. Really? For real this time? James nodded, pressing his forehead against Harry's. For real. Voldemort is gone, not forever, maybe, but for a long, long time. And you know what that means? Harry shook his head, barely daring to believe what his father might say next. It means no more running, Lily said, stroking his messy black hair away from his forehead. No more hiding. We can have a real home. You can have a real childhood. Like normal people? Harry asked, his voice small. James laughed, the sound slightly broken but genuine. Well, I don't know if the Potters will ever be exactly normal, mate. But yes, like regular wizarding folk. A proper house, friends to play with, Quidditch in the garden. And Hogwarts? Harry asked eagerly. Can I still come to Hogwarts when I'm 11? Absolutely, Lily assured him. Right on schedule, just like every other magical child in Britain. Harry's face lit up with a joy so pure, so complete, that it made Lily's heart ache. This was what they had fought for. This was what Peter had died for. The chance for their son to grow up happy, secure, and free from the shadow of prophecy that had darkened his early years. Outside the hut, a new day was dawning. The first rays of sunlight crept across the Hogwarts grounds, illuminating a world that felt somehow lighter, brighter, more full of possibility than it had just hours before. For the first time in 6 years, the Potter family embraced the sunrise without fear, without looking over their shoulders, without wondering how long their safety would last. It wasn't a perfect ending, Voldemort would return someday, the prophecy still hung over Harry's future, and they had lost friends along the way. But for now, in this moment, they had won something precious, time. Time for Harry to grow, to learn, to become the person he was meant to be. Time to build the life they had always dreamed of giving him. And that, Lily thought as she held her husband and son close, was more than enough. Chapter 3, The Prophecy's Path. Again, Harry. You're dropping your shield too quickly. Harry Potter, now 10 years old, wiped sweat from his brow as he faced his godfather across the training room. The space, once the formal dining room of Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, had been transformed into a practical dueling area, with padded floors and enchanted walls that absorbed stray spells. I'm tired, Harry complained, though he raised his wand again dutifully. We've been at this for hours. Sirius Black grinned, twirling his wand between his fingers with casual expertise. Your opponent won't care if you're tired. Again. With a sigh that only pre-adolescent boys can truly perfect, Harry squared his shoulders and assumed the proper stance his father had taught him. Ready. Expelliarmus. Sirius called out, the disarming charm flying toward Harry with controlled power, strong enough to challenge, but not overwhelm. Protego. Harry countered. A translucent shield bloomed before him, deflecting Sirius's spell. This time, he maintained the shield as Sirius followed with a quick succession of minor jinxes, each bouncing harmlessly away. Much better, Sirius approved. Now, counter. Harry dropped his shield and moved fluidly into offense. Flipendo. Tarantaligra. Locomotor Wibbly. Sirius deflected the first two spells but allowed the third to hit, his legs suddenly wobbling beneath him like jelly. He laughed as he collapsed dramatically onto the training mats. Well done. Though I'm not sure that leg locker would stop any serious threat. It stopped you, Harry pointed out cheekily, approaching to help his godfather up. Constant vigilance. Sirius suddenly barked in a perfect imitation of Alastair Moody, grabbing Harry's extended arm and pulling him down to the mat. Never approach a downed opponent without proper precautions. Harry laughed as they wrestled briefly, eventually flopping onto his back beside Sirius, both of them staring up at the enchanted ceiling, which currently showed a perfect replica of the sky outside, clear blue with scattered clouds. Do you think I'm ready? Harry asked after a moment, his voice turning serious. Sirius propped himself up on one elbow, studying his godson's face. The boy looked so much like James it was sometimes startling, but those thoughtful green eyes were all Lily. For Hogwarts. More than ready. You've had more magical training than any first year in history. That's not what I meant, Harry said quietly. Sirius's expression sobered. He knew exactly what Harry was asking. Despite James and Lily's best efforts to give their son a normal childhood, there was no escaping the reality of who Harry was, what he was destined to face someday. No one is ever truly ready for what you might have to confront, Sirius said honestly. But you're as prepared as we can make you. And you won't face it alone, pup. Not ever. Harry nodded, taking comfort in the words he'd heard in various forms throughout his childhood. He might be marked by prophecy, but he was also surrounded by people determined to stand with him when the time came. The sound of the front door opening and closing interrupted their moment of reflection. Seconds later, Lily Potter appeared in the doorway of the training room, her arms laden with scrolls and ancient-looking books. How did the research go? Sirius asked, climbing to his feet and helping Harry up. Promising, Lily replied, her eyes bright with the particular excitement that only academic discovery could bring. The archives at Alexandria had exactly what I was looking for, early Egyptian protection rituals that might be adaptable to our needs. She set her burden down on a small table near the door. How was training? Harry nearly killed me with a leglocker jinx, Sirius reported solemnly. You should be proud. Lily rolled her eyes but smiled at her son. Well done, though I hope you didn't actually try to kill your godfather. Finding a replacement at this point would be terribly inconvenient. He's exaggerating, Harry said. As usual. I am wounded by such accusations, Sirius declared, clutching his chest dramatically. Absolutely wounded. You'll survive, Lily said dryly. Is James back yet? Sirius shook his head. Still at the ministry. The Wizengamot session is running long, apparently there's debate about the new defense against the dark arts curriculum. Lily nodded, unsurprised. James's position on the Wizengamot, taken up at Dumbledore's urging 3 years ago, often kept him late, especially when educational reforms were on the agenda. After their experiences, both Potters had become passionate advocates for practical defensive magic being taught from an early age. Well, we should clean up here, she said, glancing around the training room. Remus and Andromeda will be arriving for dinner soon, and Harry, you need to finish packing. Your Hogwarts trunk won't fill itself. Harry's face lit up with excitement. Despite the serious conversation of moments ago, he was still a boy on the verge of his greatest adventure. In just 3 days, he would board the Hogwarts Express for the first time, beginning the journey that every young witch and wizard dreamed of. "Is my new wand holster ready?" he asked eagerly. "Dad said it might come today." On the kitchen counter, Lily confirmed. "Dragon hide, just as you wanted, though I still think it's excessive for a first year." "Constant vigilance." Harry and Sirius chorused in unison, causing Lily to shake her head in fond exasperation. "Go on, then," she shooed them. "I need to organize these materials before dinner." As Harry bounded from the room with the boundless energy of youth, Sirius lingered, his expression turning serious once they were alone. "How was Alexandria really?" he asked quietly. "Any progress on the other matter?" Lily's smile faded. She glanced toward the door to ensure Harry was truly gone before answering. "Some. The curator gave me access to scrolls that haven't been translated in centuries. There are references to magical bonds formed through sacrificial protection, similar to what we believe Peter created when he saved Harry." The mention of Peter Pettigrew still brought a complicated mix of emotions, even 5 years after his sacrifice at the Druid Circle. Grief, gratitude, lingering traces of betrayal, all wrapped up in the knowledge that without Peter's final act of courage, Harry might not be alive today. "And?" Sirius prompted when Lily fell silent. "And I think I might be able to strengthen that protection," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Make it more active, less dependent on proximity to Harry. If Voldemort ever returns, when," Sirius corrected grimly. "Dumbledore is certain it's when, not if." Lily nodded, accepting the harsh reality. "When he returns, this could be our best defense. Not just for Harry, but for all of us." Sirius studied her face, noting the shadows under her eyes that spoke of too many late nights poring over ancient texts. "You're running yourself ragged, Lils. James is worried about you." "James worries too much," she said dismissively. "I'm fine." "Are you?" Sirius challenged gently. "Because from where I'm standing, you look like you're preparing for war while trying to pretend to Harry that everything's perfectly normal." Lily's shoulders sagged slightly. "What else can I do, Sirius? Yes, we've had 5 wonderful years of peace. Yes, Harry's had a chance at something resembling a normal childhood. But the prophecy still hangs over his head, and we all know Voldemort isn't gone forever. I can't just sit back and hope for the best." "No one's suggesting you should," Sirius assured her. "But maybe, just maybe, you could ease up enough to enjoy these last few days before Harry leaves for Hogwarts. He notices more than you think, Lily. He knows something's coming. Let him have this time with his mum not buried in research." Lily looked like she might argue, but after a moment, she nodded. "You're right. Of course you're right. The research will still be there next week." "That's my girl," Sirius said with a gentle smile. "Now, I believe I was promised treacle tart for dessert, and I intend to hold you to that." Lily laughed, some of the tension leaving her face. "You're incorrigible." "So I've been told." Repeatedly. Usually by Remus. Sirius offered his arm in an exaggerated gentlemanly gesture. "Shall we adjourn to the kitchen? I'll even help with dinner." "The last time you helped with dinner, we had to repaint the ceiling," Lily reminded him, but took his arm anyway. As they left the training room, Lily cast one last glance at the stack of scrolls and books she'd brought back from Alexandria. They would wait, as Sirius suggested. For now, her focus would be on her son, on making these last days before Hogwarts as special as possible. The research, the preparations, the constant vigilance, it would all resume soon enough. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity, filled with the sounds of excited children, hooting owls, and parents offering last-minute advice and reminders. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express as it prepared for its journey north. The Potter family stood slightly apart from the main crowd, though they still drew curious glances. Despite 5 years of reintegration into wizarding society, James and Lily Potter remained something of a sensation, the family who had defied Voldemort multiple times and lived to tell the tale. "You've got everything?" Lily asked for the third time, straightening Harry's collar unnecessarily. "Books? Robes? The special ink for writing to us?" "Yes, Mum," Harry replied patiently. "And yes, I remember the communication protocol. Write normally, but use the blue ink for anything important, and the mirror for emergencies only." James placed a hand on Lily's shoulder, a gentle reminder that they'd been through this many times already. "He's got it, Lils. Our boy is prepared." Harry shot his father a grateful look. At almost 11, he was torn between excitement for independence and the natural apprehension of leaving home for the first time. His parents' obvious anxiety wasn't helping, though he understood the reasons behind it. "Sorry," Lily said, recognizing she was fussing. We've never been apart for so long before." "I'll write every week," Harry promised. "And I'll be home for Christmas before you know it." James knelt to eye level with his son, his expression serious. "Remember what we talked about, Harry. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you go straight to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. Don't try to handle it yourself." "I know, Dad," Harry said, equally serious. Though raised in relative peace, he had been raised with awareness. Not fear, his parents had been careful about that, but awareness of his unique position in the wizarding world. "And try to enjoy yourself," Sirius added, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. "Make some trouble, find some secret passages, Sirius." Lily interrupted, though without real heat. "And make some friends," Sirius finished innocently. "That's all I was going to say." The train whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. "That's my cue," Harry said, a mix of nervousness and excitement coloring his voice. "I should find a compartment." Lily pulled him into a fierce hug. "We love you so much," she whispered. So much." "Love you too, Mum," Harry mumbled against her shoulder, allowing the embrace to linger despite being in public. When she finally released him, his father stepped in for a quick, tight hug of his own. "Make us proud, son," James said, his voice slightly rough. "Though you already do, every day." Sirius was next, wrapping Harry in a bear hug that lifted him off his feet. "Give them hell, pup. And remember, constant vigilance," Harry finished with him, grinning. Remus, who had stood back during the family farewells, stepped forward last. "I'll see you on Friday for your first defense class," he said with a warm smile. "Though I expect I'll need to call you Mr. Potter in front of the other students." Harry made a face. "That'll be weird, Uncle Remus." "Professor Lupin," Remus corrected with a wink. "You'd better get used to it." With final hugs and promises to write soon, Harry boarded the train, his trunk and owl cage floating obediently behind him thanks to a charm from his father. He found an empty compartment and leaned out the window to wave as the train began to move. "He'll be fine," Sirius said quietly, standing between James and Lily as they watched the train pull away, Harry's face getting smaller in the distance. "Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain." "We know," James replied, though his hand sought Lily's and gripped it tightly. "Still doesn't make it any easier." They remained on the platform until the train had completely disappeared from sight, each lost in their own thoughts. For James and Lily, it was a bittersweet moment, pride in their son's milestone mixed with the anxiety of separation. For Sirius, who would return to his role as Hogwarts flying instructor the next day, it was the strange realization that his godson would now be his student as well. And for Remus, who had taken over as defense against the dark arts professor 3 years ago, breaking the position's infamous curse in the process, it was the complex challenge of watching over his best friend's son while maintaining professional distance. "Well," Lily said finally, "I suppose we should head back. I have those translations to finish." James nodded, though concern flickered in his eyes. "Maybe take the afternoon off first." We could have lunch at that new place in Diagon Alley, just the two of us. Lily hesitated, then smiled, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. That sounds lovely. The translations can wait a few hours. As they prepared to leave the platform, a familiar figure approached, tall, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles that did little to conceal the twinkle in his blue eyes. Ah, the bittersweet moment of seeing one's child off to school for the first time, Albus Dumbledore said by way of greeting. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Headmaster, James replied, though his expression had grown more guarded. Relations with Dumbledore had improved over the years, but the revelation that he had withheld part of the prophecy had created a permanent fissure of trust. I didn't realize you'd be at the platform today. A last-minute decision, Dumbledore explained. I find it refreshing to observe the beginning of the journey, not just oversee its continuation. He smiled benignly. And, I confess, I wish to speak with you both before returning to Hogwarts myself. James and Lily exchanged a quick glance. Is something wrong? Lily asked, immediately on alert. Not wrong, precisely, Dumbledore said carefully. But perhaps worth discussing somewhere more private than King's Cross Station. The implication was clear, and a familiar knot of dread formed in Lily's stomach. After 5 years of relative peace, they had almost, begun to believe that the worst was behind them. My office at the Ministry is closest, James suggested, his voice automatically lowering though the platform had mostly cleared. Dumbledore nodded. That would be suitable. Shall we say 30 minutes? I have a brief matter to attend to first. With agreement reached, the headmaster departed as mysteriously as he had arrived, leaving a tense silence in his wake. It could be nothing, Sirius offered, not sounding convinced. When is it ever nothing with Dumbledore? James asked rhetorically. Especially when he seeks us out specifically. Remus checked his watch. I should head back to Hogwarts, I have preparations to finish before the students arrive tonight. But I want a full report later. Of course, Lily assured him. And Remus, keep an extra eye on Harry, will you? Always, he promised. Though I suspect he'll manage to find trouble with or without supervision. He is James's son, after all. This drew a reluctant smile from both Potters. With quick goodbyes, the group dispersed, Remus to Hogwarts, Sirius to his flat to pack for his own return to the school, and James and Lily to the Ministry, lunch plans forgotten in the face of Dumbledore's ominous request. James's office at the Ministry reflected his dual roles as Wisengamot member and special consultant to the Aura Department. One side was neat and organized, with legal tomes and legislative documents filed in precise order, Lily's influence, clearly. The other side bore the controlled chaos of active investigative work, with maps, photographs, and notes covering a large enchanted board that currently showed the known movements of several former Death Eaters. Dumbledore arrived precisely on time, as was his habit. He declined refreshments and got straight to the point, which was decidedly not his habit, immediately heightening James and Lily's concern. There have been disturbances, the headmaster began, settling into one of the visitor chairs across from James's desk. Subtle signs that dark forces are once again in motion. Defined disturbances, James requested, his aura training evident in his direct approach. 3 former Death Eaters who have been living quietly since Voldemort's fall have disappeared from their known residences. Magical detection has registered surges of dark energy in Albania, where we have long suspected Voldemort's spirit retreated after his defeat. And most concerning. Dumbledore paused, his expression grave. The wards around the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts registered an attempt at entry 2 weeks ago. Lily paled. The chamber? But that would require, a Parselmouth, Dumbledore confirmed. Or someone utilizing a magical artifact imbued with that ability. You think Voldemort is trying to access Hogwarts? James asked, his mind already racing through security implications. Or one of his followers. I believe someone is testing boundaries, Dumbledore said carefully. Probing for weaknesses. The attempt failed, our enhanced ward saw to that, but the fact that it was made at all is significant. It suggests coordination, planning. Why are we just hearing about this now? Lily demanded, a flash of the old anger returning. If someone tried to breach Hogwarts 2 weeks ago, I needed to verify certain aspects before raising alarms, Dumbledore replied calmly. And I wanted to consult with several trusted sources first. Including, I might add, Severus. The mention of Severus Snape still had the power to create immediate tension. Though they had worked together during the crisis at the Druid Circle, and occasionally since on particularly complex magical research, relations between Snape and the Potters remained complicated at best. And what did Snape have to say? James asked, making an effort to keep his tone neutral. He reports increased activity among certain circles that were once closely aligned with Voldemort. Nothing overt, these individuals learned caution after their master's fall, but there are whispers, coded messages, subtle realignments of allegiance. Recruitment, Lily translated. They're preparing for his return. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. That would be my assessment as well. A heavy silence fell over the office. Though they had always known this day would come, according to the prophecy, the reality of it landing now, just as Harry began his Hogwarts journey, felt particularly cruel. What do you need from us? James asked finally, his voice steady despite the turmoil he must have felt inside. For now, vigilance, Dumbledore replied. I've already strengthened Hogwarts' defenses and instructed the staff to be especially alert without causing alarm among the students. The Ministry has been informed of the potential threat, though in deliberately vague terms to avoid panic. And Harry? Lily pressed. Should we pull him out of Hogwarts before he's even started? Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. I believe Harry is safer at Hogwarts than anywhere else, particularly with the additional protections we've implemented since the events at the Druid Circle. Additionally. He hesitated, seeming to choose his words with care. I believe it is important for Harry to begin forming his own connections, his own support network beyond family. The friendships he makes at Hogwarts may prove as valuable to his future as any magical training we provide. James and Lily exchanged a glance, having a silent conversation in the way long-married couples often do. Finally, Lily nodded slightly. We'll leave him at Hogwarts, James decided. But we want daily reports, not weekly. And at the first sign of direct threat, you will be immediately informed, and Harry's safety will be our paramount concern, Dumbledore assured them. I would expect nothing less. What about my research? Lily asked. I've been working on extending the protective magic that saved Harry 5 years ago. Making it stronger, more comprehensive. Continue, Dumbledore encouraged. In fact, I would suggest accelerating your efforts, if possible. I can provide additional resources, access to restricted materials if needed. Lily nodded, already mentally reorganizing her research schedule. I'm close to a breakthrough, I think. The Egyptian scrolls contain references to blood-based protection spells that could be adapted to work with what Peter's sacrifice created. Excellent, Dumbledore said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to Hogwarts before the students arrive. He rose from his chair, suddenly looking every one of his many years. I regret bringing this news today of all days. I had hoped, well, perhaps we all hoped for more time. As the headmaster departed, James moved to stand beside Lily's chair, placing a hand on her shoulder. So much for our peaceful lunch, he said, attempting lightness and not quite succeeding. So much for peace, Lily corrected softly. She covered his hand with her own, drawing strength from the contact. I should get back to those translations. Every day counts now. James nodded, though concern shadowed his eyes. I'll contact Sirius and Remus, bring them up to speed. And I need to speak with Moody about increasing surveillance on known former Death Eaters. As they prepared to part ways, each to their respective responsibilities, Lily paused at the door. James. Do you ever wonder if we did the right thing? Rebuilding in Godric's Hollow, letting Harry grow up so, normally. Maybe if we'd stayed in hiding, trained him more intensively. Don't, James said firmly, crossing to her and taking her face gently between his hands. Don't second-guess what we've given Harry. These years of relative normalcy, of knowing what it means to have a home, friends, security, they're not a weakness, Lils. They're his strength. They're what he'll be fighting for when the time comes. Lily leaned into his touch, drawing comfort from the absolute certainty in his voice. When did you get so wise? She asked with a small smile. I've always been wise, James replied with a flash of his old cocky grin. You were just too busy being brilliant to notice. She laughed softly, some of the tension leaving her body. We'll get through this, she said, half statement, half question. We will, James confirmed. All of us. Together. It was a promise neither could guarantee, but in that moment, it was exactly what both needed to hear. Harry Potter sat alone in a compartment, watching the English countryside slide past. He had expected to be joined by other first-years eager to make friends, but so far, the journey had been solitary. A few students had poked their heads in, only to withdraw quickly after seeing who occupied the space. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who survived. The child of prophecy. He was used to the stares, the whispers, the mixture of awe and wariness that his presence often evoked among wizarding folk. But he had hoped, perhaps naively, that Hogwarts might be different. That here, he might just be Harry, another first-year excited and nervous about what lay ahead. A soft knock at the compartment door interrupted his thoughts. A round-faced boy with sandy hair peered in hesitantly. Sorry to bother you, but have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. His name's Trevor. Harry shook his head. No toads here, sorry. The boy's shoulders slumped. Gran's going to kill me. I've only had him 2 days. Something in the boy's dejected expression stirred Harry's sympathy. I could help you look, he offered, standing up. I'm Harry, by the way. Harry Potter. The boy's eyes widened, but to Harry's surprise and relief, he didn't gasp or stare at Harry's forehead like many did upon hearing his name. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. A flicker of recognition crossed Harry's face. He'd heard that name before, in hushed conversations between his parents when they thought he wasn't listening. Something about another family connected to the prophecy. Nice to meet you, Neville, he said, extending his hand. Let's find your toad. Their search took them up and down the train, giving Harry a chance to observe his future classmates. Most were engaged in animated conversations, sharing sweets, or showing off simple spells. A few older students were practicing more impressive magic, including a set of red-headed twins who appeared to be turning a tarantula different colors while their younger brother watched with a mixture of admiration and disgust. No luck, Neville sighed after they'd checked the last carriage. Maybe he'll turn up at Hogwarts. Maybe, Harry agreed, though he privately thought the chances of a toad surviving the journey undetected were slim. We should head back to our compartments. I think we'll be arriving soon. As they made their way back through the train, they encountered a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth, who was already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. Have you seen a toad? She asked briskly. A boy named Neville has lost one. I'm Neville, Neville admitted sheepishly. And we've been looking, but no luck. The girl's eyes turned to Harry, widening slightly in recognition. You're Harry Potter, she stated matter-of-factly. I've read all about you. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Nice to meet you, Harry replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable at the idea of being in books that other children had read. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, Hermione continued, hardly pausing for breath. Am I? Harry asked weakly. He knew, of course, that his family's story was well documented, but the extent of his own inclusion in historical texts was something his parents had deliberately sheltered him from. "Oh, yes," Hermione confirmed. "Though I suspect some of it is speculation, given how private your family has been. Is it true that you have a lightning-shaped scar from where the killing curse hit you?" "No," Harry said firmly. "I don't have any scars from that night." In truth, the lightning mark that had briefly appeared on his forehead during the events at the Druid Circle had faded within days, leaving no permanent mark. Harry had always been privately relieved about this. Being recognized was difficult enough without a visible brand. Hermione looked momentarily disappointed but recovered quickly. "Well, you should both change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. I'll keep an eye out for your toad, Neville." With that, she bustled off, leaving Harry and Neville standing in the corridor. "She's intense," Harry observed. Neville nodded, looking slightly shell-shocked. "Gran says there's always one in every year. Usually a Ravenclaw." They parted ways to change into their robes, agreeing to meet up again at the station. As Harry returned to his compartment, he felt a subtle shift in his mood. Despite the awkwardness of his fame, he had managed to have two relatively normal interactions with future classmates. Perhaps Hogwarts wouldn't be so different after all. The train began to slow as darkness fell outside the windows. An announcement informed them that they would be reaching Hogsmeade Station in 5 minutes and instructed them to leave their luggage on the train to be taken to the school separately. Harry's heart began to race with excitement and nervousness. This was it, the beginning of his Hogwarts journey. Despite the ominous conversation he'd overheard between his parents and Dumbledore, his father's invisibility cloak had proven incredibly useful over the years. Despite the weight of prophecy and legacy that he carried, in this moment he was just an 11-year-old boy about to start at a new school. And for now, that was enough. The sorting ceremony went more or less as Harry had expected, based on the stories his parents and uncles had shared. The Great Hall was even more magnificent than he remembered from his brief stay 5 years earlier, with thousands of candles floating beneath the enchanted ceiling that perfectly mirrored the clear night sky outside. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall called, her voice cutting through the murmurs that had filled the hall since the sorting began. The whispers intensified as Harry made his way to the stool. He caught a glimpse of Neville, already sorted into Gryffindor, giving him an encouraging smile, and of Hermione Granger watching with obvious interest from the same table. As the sorting hat descended over his eyes, Harry took a deep breath. His father had assured him that any house would be fine, while Sirius had jokingly threatened to disown him if he wasn't in Gryffindor. His mother had simply told him that the hat would place him where he could grow into his best self. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But where to put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking of his parents, who had both been Gryffindors, of Sirius and Remus, of the legacy of bravery they had built. He thought of the prophecy, of the challenges that might lie ahead. "Gryffindor would suit you, certainly," the hat mused. "But Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that." "Not Slytherin," Harry thought firmly. Not because he believed what some did about all Slytherins being dark wizards, his parents had been clear about that prejudice being nonsense, but because he knew how it would complicate his already complicated life. "Not Slytherin, the small voice said. "Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. I need friends more than greatness," Harry thought. "I need a place to belong." "Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor." The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it with relief and hurried to the Gryffindor table, where he was greeted with the loudest cheers yet. Percy Weasley the prefect shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As he took his seat beside Neville, Harry caught sight of the staff table. Professor McGonagall was giving him one of her rare smiles, while Hagrid raised his goblet in a silent toast. Uncle Remus, Professor Lupin now, Harry reminded himself, offered a subtle wink, and Uncle Sirius, at the far end of the table, was grinning broadly. And at the center of the table, watching Harry with an unreadable expression, sat Albus Dumbledore. For a brief moment, their eyes met across the crowded hall. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, a gesture that felt strangely significant. Then the headmaster turned his attention back to the ongoing sorting, and the moment passed. Harry's first evening at Hogwarts proceeded with a magnificent feast, introductory remarks from Dumbledore, including warnings about the Forbidden Forest and a mysterious third-floor corridor, and finally, the ascent to Gryffindor Tower, where a comfortable four-poster bed awaited him. As he drifted off to sleep, listening to the snores of his new dorm mates, Harry couldn't help but feel that something momentous had begun. Not just his education, but something larger, something that connected to the whispered conversations, the careful training, the research his mother had been increasingly absorbed in. The prophecy was shifting from abstract concept to tangible reality. He could feel it, like a current beneath the surface of his life, pulling him toward an inevitable confrontation. But not yet. Not tonight. Tonight, he was just Harry, a Gryffindor first year at the beginning of his Hogwarts adventure. Tomorrow would take care of itself. Lily Potter worked late into the night, her study at Godric's Hollow illuminated by enchanted lamps that adjusted their brightness to reduce eye strain. Scrolls and books surrounded her, some floating at eye level while others lay open on her desk, marked with colorful tabs and annotation spells. The breakthrough had come 2 days after Harry left for Hogwarts, a reference in an obscure Egyptian text to a protection ritual that could be anchored in bloodlines and activated at will. Combined with her existing research on the magical properties of sacrifice and the sympathetic magic created by Peter's actions 5 years ago, it formed the foundation for something new. Something powerful. Still at it? James asked from the doorway, 2 steaming mugs of tea in his hands. It's nearly midnight. Lily rubbed her eyes, suddenly aware of how tired she was. I lost track of time. But I think. James, I think I've got it. James set one mug beside her and pulled up a chair. Over the years, he had learned enough about Lily's specialized field of research to follow her explanations, though the deeper theoretical aspects sometimes eluded him. Show me, he said simply. Lily shuffled through several parchments until she found the diagram she'd been working on. It showed a complex web of interconnected runes and spell formulas, centered around what appeared to be a stylized representation of a family tree. The Egyptians believed that blood carried not just life force but magical memory, she explained, tracing the central portion of the diagram. They developed rituals to access and utilize that memory for protection spells that could span generations. But they were limited by the linear nature of their understanding. Protection passed directly from parent to child, weakening with each generation. James nodded, following so far. And you found a way around that limitation? Yes, Lily said, excitement evident in her voice despite her fatigue. By incorporating elements of Celtic bond magic, similar to what we used in the modified potion at the Druid Circle, I can create a network rather than a line. Protection that flows between all connected individuals, strengthening rather than weakening over time. Connected by blood? James asked, looking more closely at the diagram. Blood and intention, Lily clarified. The ritual requires willing participation, a conscious choice to be part of the protective network. It's what makes it different from dark magic that manipulates blood ties without consent. James studied the complex formulas, impressed as always by his wife's brilliant mind. And this would protect Harry? From Voldemort specifically? From Voldemort, and potentially from anyone who means him harm, Lily confirmed. The protection Peter created was powerful but passive, it prevented harm but couldn't actively defend. This would be different. It would recognize threats and respond proportionally. How soon can we implement it? Lily hesitated. That's the complicated part. The ritual requires specific timing, the winter solstice, when protective magics are naturally strongest. And it needs to be performed at a place where family bonds have been tested and proven. Godric's Hollow, James realized immediately. Where we nearly died. Where Peter saved us. Lily nodded. Exactly. The magical resonance of that night is still present in the foundations of this house. We can use it to anchor the ritual. So we wait until the winter solstice, James concluded. That's, what, 3.5 months from now? Yes. But there's preparatory work that needs to begin immediately. Potions that must be brewed over multiple lunar cycles. Runic inscriptions that need to be carefully placed throughout the house. Lily took a sip of her tea, grateful for both the warmth and the momentary pause to collect her thoughts. And we need to decide who to include in the protection network. Us, obviously. Harry. James began counting on his fingers. Sirius and Remus, I assume. Yes, though their connection would be through intention rather than blood. Still powerful, but not as deeply anchored. Lily hesitated. I've been considering whether to include one more person. Someone connected to both our past and potentially our future. James's expression turned guarded. Who? Severus. The name hung between them, laden with complex history. James was silent for a long moment, visibly wrestling with his instinctive rejection of the idea. Why? He asked finally, his voice carefully neutral. Lily set down her mug, choosing her words with precision. 3 reasons. First, his magical expertise would strengthen the ritual itself. He understands the potion components better than anyone except perhaps myself. Second, having him within the protection network would ensure his own safety, which remains valuable to the Order given his position as a double agent. And third. She met James's eyes directly. I believe it would complete a magical circle begun the night he warned Dumbledore about Voldemort targeting us. His remorse, his choice to protect us despite our history, it created a bond that already exists, whether we acknowledge it or not. James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration he'd never outgrown. I don't trust him, Lils. Not completely. Not with our family's safety. I know, she said softly. But this isn't about trust in the conventional sense. It's about magical resonance, about completing patterns that will make the protection stronger. She reached for his hand. I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't believe it was necessary for Harry's safety. That, more than anything, gave James pause. Whatever his personal feelings about Severus Snape, Harry's well-being had always been his North Star, guiding every decision. I want to speak with him first, James decided. Face to face, just the two of us. If I'm satisfied that his commitment to protecting Harry is genuine, then I'll consider it. It was a significant concession, and Lily knew better than to push for more. Thank you, she said simply. That's all I ask. James squeezed her hand, then stood and stretched. Come to bed soon. You need rest if you're going to start brewing complex potions tomorrow. Lily smiled up at him, love and gratitude warming her expression. Soon. I just want to finish organizing these notes first. After James left, Lily returned to her work with renewed purpose. The protection ritual was complex, demanding, and far from guaranteed to succeed. But it represented their best hope of ensuring that when Voldemort inevitably returned to full power, Harry wouldn't face him alone or unshielded. Whatever the cost, whatever the personal sacrifices required, she would see it through. For Harry. For all of them. Autumn at Hogwarts brought crisp air, spectacular foliage, and for Harry, a growing sense of belonging. Despite the occasional stares and whispers, he had settled into a routine that felt surprisingly normal. Classes, meals, homework, exploring the castle with his new friends, it was everything his parents had described and more. He had formed an unexpected friendship trio with Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Neville's quiet determination and genuine kindness balanced Hermione's intense academic focus and occasional bossiness. Together, they navigated the challenges of first-year studies, with Harry often mediating between Hermione's perfectionism and Neville's self-doubt. Other friendships were developing too, with Ron Weasley, who shared Harry's passion for Quidditch, with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, his other dorm mates, even with some students from other houses, like Susan Bones of Hufflepuff, whose aunt worked closely with Harry's father at the ministry. If there was a shadow over these early months, it was the sense of being watched. Not just by his fellow students, who remained fascinated by the boy who survived, but by the faculty. Professor McGonagall's eyes followed him during Transfiguration. Hagrid invited him for tea suspiciously often. Uncle Remus, Professor Lupin, maintained professional distance during class but somehow always seemed to appear in corridors when Harry was between lessons. And then there was Professor Snape, the potions master, whose complicated history with Harry's parents was evident in his every interaction with Harry. He never criticized Harry directly, as he did some other students, but neither did he offer praise or encouragement. Instead, he observed with an intensity that made Harry distinctly uncomfortable. "I don't understand why he stares at you like that," Hermione remarked after a particularly tense potions lesson in late October. "Your potion was perfect today, even better than mine," and he still barely acknowledged it. "It's complicated," Harry replied, repeating what his mother had told him about Severus Snape. "He and my parents have history." "What kind of history?" Neville asked, always eager for stories about the famous Potters. Harry shrugged. "The kind they don't like to talk about. But I know he helped them once, during the war. Something important." The conversation shifted to other topics as they made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Here, at least, Harry felt completely at ease. Uncle Remus, Professor Lupin, was a natural teacher, making complex concepts accessible and practical lessons engaging. Today's class focused on basic defensive spells, with students paired up to practice the disarming charm under Professor Lupin's watchful eye. Harry, paired with Neville, found himself holding back slightly. Years of informal training with his father, Sirius, and Remus himself had given Harry skills well beyond the first-year curriculum. "You're not really trying, are you?" Neville asked perceptively after successfully disarming Harry for the third time in a row, a stark contrast to his usual struggles in practical magic. Harry grinned sheepishly. "Was it that obvious?" "Only to me," Neville assured him. "But you should practice properly." "I can take it." Harry hesitated, then nodded. "All right. Ready?" When he cast the spell this time, he allowed his full intent and power to flow through it. The result was immediate and dramatic. Neville's wand flew from his hand with such force that it embedded itself in the classroom ceiling, causing several students to gasp and Professor Lupin to look over sharply. "Perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm, Mr. Potter," the professor said mildly, though Harry caught the hint of pride in his eyes. With a casual flick of his own wand, Lupin retrieved Neville's from the ceiling and returned it. "Try again, with slightly less vigor." "Sorry, Neville," Harry said, embarrassed by the attention. But Neville was looking at him with something like awe. "That was brilliant," he whispered. "Can you teach me to do that?" Before Harry could respond, a knock at the classroom door interrupted the lesson. Professor McGonagall entered, her expression unusually grave. "Professor Lupin, I need to borrow Mr. Potter, please." A ripple of speculation ran through the classroom. Harry felt a chill of apprehension. Was something wrong at home? Had something happened to his parents? "Of course, Professor," Lupin replied, his casual tone belied by the brief flash of concern in his eyes. "Mr. Potter, you're excused. Please complete the reading on defensive theory for next time." Harry gathered his things quickly, trying to ignore the curious stares of his classmates. As he followed Professor McGonagall into the corridor, he was surprised to find Headmaster Dumbledore waiting for them. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. "I apologize for interrupting your lesson, but something has occurred that requires your immediate attention." "Is it my parents?" Harry asked, unable to contain the question any longer. "Are they okay?" "Your parents are quite well," Dumbledore assured him quickly. "This concerns another matter." If you would accompany us to my office? The walk to the headmaster's office seemed to take forever. Harry's mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. Had Voldemort returned? Was the prophecy somehow in play again? And why did they need him specifically? Chocolate Frog, Dumbledore said to the stone gargoyle guarding his office entrance, which immediately sprang aside to reveal a moving spiral staircase. Harry had been to the headmaster's office once before, during his brief stay at Hogwarts 5 years ago, but it hadn't lost any of its wonder, the fascinating silver instruments, the portraits of previous headmasters, some sleeping, others watching with undisguised curiosity, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched regally beside the desk. What Harry hadn't expected was to find his parents waiting inside, along with Sirius, Remus, who must have used a secret passage to arrive before them, and, most surprisingly, Professor Snape. Mom! Dad! Harry rushed to his parents, who enveloped him in a tight embrace. What's going on? Why is everyone here? James and Lily exchanged a glance, communicating silently in their way. Finally, Lily spoke, her voice gentle but serious. Harry, something's happened. Something we believe is connected to the prophecy, and potentially to you. Harry's heart rate accelerated, but he forced himself to remain calm. Years of preparation had instilled in him the importance of clear thinking in crisis situations. What is it? He asked, looking from his mother to the assembled adults. Dumbledore gestured to a small object on his desk, a simple hand mirror, its silver frame tarnished with age. This arrived at the ministry this morning, addressed specifically to you. It came with a note. Harry approached the desk cautiously, eyeing the mirror with suspicion. What did the note say? See for yourself, James said, handing him a small piece of parchment. The message was brief, written in a shaky hand Harry didn't recognize. To Harry Potter, what was lost may yet be found. What was broken may yet be mended. Look deeply, and remember the one who saved you first. A friend, I don't understand, Harry said, looking up from the note. Who sent this? What does it mean? We believe, Dumbledore said carefully, based on magical analysis of both the mirror and the parchment, that it may have come from Peter Pettigrew. The name hung in the air like a ghost. Harry knew the story well, how Peter had nearly betrayed his family but changed his mind at the last moment, warning them instead. How he had helped them escape Voldemort at Godric's Hollow. How he had sacrificed himself at the Druid Circle to save Harry from Voldemort's ritual. But that's impossible, Harry said, voicing the obvious contradiction. Peter Pettigrew died 5 years ago. Everyone saw it happen. Everyone saw him disappear, Snape corrected, speaking for the first time. His voice was cool and precise. The magical backlash was chaotic, unpredictable. There was no body, no conclusive proof of death. We've always considered the possibility, Sirius admitted, however remote, that Peter might have survived somehow. Been transported elsewhere, perhaps, rather than destroyed. Harry looked at the mirror again, feeling a strange pull toward it. And you think this is from him? But why now? Why me specifically? That, Lily said, is what we're trying to determine. The mirror itself appears to be an ordinary communication device, similar to the two-way mirrors your father and Sirius used at school. But it doesn't seem to be linked to another mirror, at least, not in any way we can detect. Which suggests, Remus added, that it might be connected to something else entirely. Something only you can access. Harry picked up the mirror, turning it over in his hands. It felt ordinary enough, cool metal, smooth glass. What am I supposed to do with it? The note suggests you should look into it, Dumbledore said. But we wanted to examine it thoroughly for curses or dark magic before allowing you to do so. It appears safe, but the decision to use it remains yours, and your parents'. All eyes turned to James and Lily. After 5 years of relative peace, they now faced a direct reminder of the prophecy's continuing influence on their lives. Harry could see the conflicting emotions on their faces, the desire to protect him battling with the recognition that he needed to begin making his own choices regarding his destiny. "It should be Harry's decision," Lily said finally, though it clearly cost her to say it. "He's old enough to understand the risks." James nodded in agreement, though his hand tightened protectively on Harry's shoulder. "Whatever you decide, son, we're right here with you." Harry looked down at the mirror again, considering. If there was even a chance that Peter Pettigrew had somehow survived, didn't they owe it to him to find out? The man had saved Harry's life, had given what appeared to be his own life in the process. "I want to try," Harry decided. "But, what exactly am I supposed to do?" "Start by looking into it," Dumbledore suggested. Magical mirrors often respond to intent more than specific actions. Focus your thoughts on Peter Pettigrew and see what happens. Harry raised the mirror to eye level, gazing at his own reflection. He concentrated on what he knew of Peter, not much, admittedly, beyond the stories he'd been told. He thought of the sacrifice at the Druid's Circle, of the redemption that his father had described with a mixture of grief and pride. For several long moments, nothing happened. Harry was just beginning to feel foolish when the surface of the mirror began to ripple, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. His reflection distorted, then disappeared completely, replaced by swirling mist. "It's doing something," he reported, holding the mirror so the others could see. "There's mist, but I can't make out anything else." "Keep focusing," Dumbledore encouraged. "Perhaps try speaking Peter's name." "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said clearly to the mirror. "Are you there? Can you hear me?" The mist in the mirror thickened, then began to part, revealing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Stone walls, a small window, sparse furnishings. And sitting on a simple chair, gazing back as if he could see Harry, was a man who matched the descriptions Harry had been given of Peter Pettigrew, though much older, much more careworn than in the stories. "Harry," the man said, his voice emerging from the mirror with a slight echo. "You've grown so much." A collective gasp went around the room. Sirius moved closer, peering over Harry's shoulder at the image. "Wormtail," he said incredulously. "Is it really you?" Peter's gaze shifted, seeming to take in the others gathered around Harry. Sirius. James. Lily. A pause. Remus. And Severus. Dumbledore too, I imagine, though I can't see him from this angle. "Where are you?" James demanded, his voice tight with emotion. "How are you alive?" "I'm not entirely sure myself," Peter replied. "The magic of that night. It was chaotic, unpredictable. I expected to die. Instead, I found myself, elsewhere. A place between places. The void between dimensions," Snape murmured. "Just as the theoretical text suggested might be possible with that particular magical intersection." Peter nodded. "Something like that. I've been trying to find my way back for 5 years. The rules of magic are different here. Time moves strangely. But I finally managed to create a temporary connection, this mirror, linked to a specific moment in your timeline." "Why contact Harry specifically?" Lily asked, maternal protectiveness evident in her tone. "Why not one of us?" "Because the connection is strongest through Harry," Peter explained. "The protection I created that night centered on him. It flows through all of you, but he is the anchor point." He leaned closer to whatever mirror or window he was using on his side. "And because I needed to warn him. To warn all of you." "About what?" Harry asked, finding his voice again. Peter's expression grew grave. "He's coming back, Harry. Sooner than you think. Voldemort has found a way to accelerate his return to physical form. He's gathering his strength in Albania, preparing for a ritual that will restore him fully." "When?" Dumbledore asked sharply, moving into view behind Harry. "The winter solstice," Peter replied. "He believes the alignment of magical forces will enhance the ritual's power. And he has help." Someone at Hogwarts. A tense silence fell over the room. The winter solstice, the very night Lily had determined would be optimal for her protection ritual. And someone at Hogwarts, working for Voldemort? The implications were chilling. Do you know who? Remus asked. This agent at Hogwarts? Peter shook his head. I can see glimpses of your world, but not clearly. Not consistently. I know only that Voldemort has been communicating with someone inside the castle, guiding them toward some objective beyond just his return. His gaze returned to Harry. It involves you, Harry. It always comes back to you and the prophecy. Harry felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. Despite years of preparation, despite knowing this day would eventually come, the reality of it was still overwhelming. How do we stop him? Harry asked, determined to focus on practical matters rather than fear. Is there a way to prevent the ritual? I don't know, Peter admitted. But I believe I can help. The connection between dimensions works both ways. Just as I found a way to reach out to you, there may be a way for you to reach back, to pull me through completely. To bring you home, James clarified, hope and wariness battling in his voice. Peter nodded. If I can return to your world, I can provide more direct assistance. My time in this place has changed me. Given me insights into magic that might be useful. And how exactly would this pulling through work? Snape asked skeptically. A reverse summoning, Peter explained. Cast at the same location where I disappeared, the Druid's Circle. With the same people present who witnessed my departure. On the night when the barrier between dimensions is thinnest. The winter solstice, Lily said, making the connection immediately. The same night as Voldemort's planned ritual. The same night I intended for our protection spell. Yes, Peter confirmed. All paths are converging on that night. It's not coincidence, it's magical resonance, drawing related events toward a single point of resolution. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. If what you say is true, Peter, we face both great danger and great opportunity on the solstice. Voldemort seeking to return, you seeking to do the same, and our own plans for protection magic, all centered on Harry, all happening simultaneously. It's too dangerous, Lily said immediately, placing a protective arm around Harry. We need to get Harry as far from Britain as possible before the solstice. I'm afraid that might not help, Peter said gently. The magical connection to Harry exists regardless of physical distance. And splitting your group would weaken any protective measures you might implement. He looked directly at Harry again. I'm sorry. I never wanted this burden for you. But running won't solve it. Harry straightened his shoulders, drawing on the courage his parents had instilled in him. I don't want to run, he said firmly. If Voldemort's coming back, if there's a way to stop him or at least protect against him, I want to be part of it. James and Lily exchanged another of their silent communications, pride and fear mingling in their expressions. We need time to discuss this, James decided. To consider all the implications, to verify Peter's information if possible. Of course, Peter agreed. But time is short, and maintaining this connection is difficult. I can try to re-establish contact in a week, but I can't guarantee success. One question before you go, Sirius said, leaning closer to the mirror. How do we know this is really you? That you're not some trick, some trap set by Voldemort himself? A sad smile crossed Peter's face. A fair question, Padfoot. Always the suspicious one. He thought for a moment. The night James and Lily got engaged, we all got drunk on Rosmerta's special reserve fire whiskey. You transformed into Padfoot and got stuck halfway for nearly an hour because you were too intoxicated to control the magic properly. You made us swear never to tell anyone, especially not Moony, because you thought it made you look foolish. Sirius paled slightly, while Remus raised an eyebrow in amused surprise. That's specific, Sirius admitted. And not something many would know. 1 week, Peter repeated. Look into the mirror again then, Harry, and we'll speak more." The image began to fade, the mist returning to obscure his face. "And Harry, thank you for believing in second chances." With that, the mirror returned to normal, reflecting only Harry's confused expression and the concerned adults gathered behind him. A heavy silence fell over the office, broken finally by Professor McGonagall. "Well," she said briskly, though her voice lacked its usual certainty. "It appears we have much to discuss." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "But perhaps not all at once, and not all with Harry present. He should return to his classes for now, while we begin verifying what we can of Peter's claims." Harry wanted to protest, this concerned him directly, after all, but years of listening to his parents' reasoned explanations for when adult conversations needed to happen without him had taught him when to push and when to accept temporary exclusion. "Can I keep the mirror?" he asked instead. "In case Peter tries to contact again before the week is up." Dumbledore looked to James and Lily, deferring to their parental authority. After a moment's hesitation, Lily nodded. "Keep it with you," she instructed. "But don't tell anyone else about it, not even Neville and Hermione. And if anything at all, happens with it, contact Professor McGonagall or Professor Lupin immediately." "Or me," Sirius added. "I'm around too, you know." Harry nodded solemnly, tucking the mirror carefully into his robe pocket. "I promise." As he prepared to return to class, his father pulled him aside for a brief, fierce hug. "We'll figure this out," James assured him. "Whatever's coming, we'll face it together." "I know, Dad," Harry replied, drawing comfort from the familiar strength of his father's embrace. "I'm not afraid." It wasn't entirely true, he was afraid, at least a little. But he was also determined, curious, even slightly excited at the prospect of finally confronting the destiny that had shaped his life from before he could remember. The prophecy was no longer an abstract concept. It was becoming reality, and Harry Potter was ready to meet it head-on. The week that followed Peter's unexpected contact was tense for all involved. James and Lily remained at Hogwarts, officially as guest lecturers, but actually to stay close to Harry while the adults investigated Peter's claims. Discreet inquiries through order channels confirmed unusual activity in Albania. Magical detection spells registered dark energy gathering in patterns consistent with preparation for major ritual magic. And at Hogwarts itself, heightened security measures were implemented under the guise of standard fall term reviews. Harry, meanwhile, tried to maintain normalcy with his friends while carrying the weight of secret knowledge. The mirror remained dormant despite his periodic checks, and he found himself both dreading and anticipating its reactivation. On the seventh day, as promised, the mirror came to life again, not during the scheduled meeting in Dumbledore's office, but late at night while Harry was alone in his dormitory. The other boys were asleep, their snores providing a backdrop to the soft rippling of the mirror's surface as Harry checked it one last time before bed. "Peter," he whispered, mindful of his sleeping dorm mates. The mist parted to reveal Peter's tired face. "Harry. I'm sorry for the unusual timing. The connection formed earlier than I expected." "It's okay," Harry assured him, drawing his bed curtains closed for privacy and casting a simple muffling charm his mother had taught him. "Everyone's been waiting for you to make contact again." "I should wake Professor McGonagall." "No need," Peter interrupted. "This connection is brief, and what I have to say is for you specifically. The adults can be informed afterward." Harry hesitated, remembering his promise to notify an adult immediately if the mirror activated. But curiosity won out. "What is it?" "I've managed to learn more about Voldemort's plan," Peter said, his voice low and urgent. "He needs something at Hogwarts to complete his ritual, something hidden in the castle itself. That's what his agent has been searching for." "What is it?" Harry asked, leaning closer to the mirror. "An artifact of Ravenclaw's, a diadem, a kind of tiara. It contains powerful magic that Voldemort corrupted years ago. He needs it back to strengthen his new body." Peter looked around nervously, as if afraid of being overheard even in his strange between place. I believe it's hidden in what Hogwarts calls the come-and-go room, or the room of requirement. On the 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry nodded slowly. I've heard of it. Sirius mentioned it once, said it was one of the castle's best-kept secrets. You need to find the diadem before Voldemort's agent does, Peter urged. Not to destroy it, that would require magic beyond your capabilities, but to secure it, to prevent it from being used in the ritual. How will I recognize it? Harry asked, already mentally planning how he would search for this mysterious room. It's silver, with the inscription, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." You'll feel its dark magic, a cold sensation, similar to what you experienced the night I disappeared. Peter's image flickered slightly. I must go. The connection is unstable. Tell your parents what I've told you, but emphasize that time is critical. Voldemort's agent is closing in on the diadem's location. Wait, Harry said quickly. Who is it? The agent at Hogwarts? Peter shook his head. I still can't see clearly enough. But trust your instincts, Harry. You have good ones. His image began to fade. I'll contact again when I can. Be careful. The mirror returned to normal, reflecting only Harry's troubled expression in the dim light filtering through his bed curtains. He sat motionless for several minutes, weighing his options. The responsible choice would be to go straight to Professor McGonagall or his parents with this information. But it was the middle of the night, and by the time he convinced someone to take action, valuable hours would be lost. And hadn't his parents always emphasized the importance of initiative? Of making decisions and taking responsibility? Decision made, Harry slipped out of bed and retrieved his father's invisibility cloak from his trunk. If the room of requirement was on the 7th floor, he could be there and back in less than an hour. Just to look, to verify Peter's information. He wouldn't touch anything suspicious, wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. Silently, he made his way out of the dormitory and through the deserted common room. The fat lady grumbled sleepily as her portrait swung open but didn't properly wake to see who was leaving Gryffindor Tower at such an hour. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily quiet at night, illuminated only by the occasional torch and the pale moonlight streaming through high windows. Harry moved carefully, remembering his father's advice about avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris during their occasional nighttime explorations over the summer. He reached the 7th floor without incident and located the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls to dance ballet. Opposite it was a stretch of blank wall, no door, no obvious entrance to any room. Harry frowned, trying to recall what Sirius had mentioned about the room of requirement. Something about needing to be specific about what you wanted. I need to find where things are hidden, he whispered, focusing his intent on the blank wall. Nothing happened. He tried again, walking past the spot 3 times while concentrating on his need to find Ravenclaw's diadem. On his 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized in the previously blank wall. Harry's heart raced with excitement and apprehension as he reached for the handle. The room beyond was cavernous, filled with towering piles of objects, thousands upon thousands of items discarded or hidden by generations of Hogwarts occupants. Furniture, books, clothing, magical instruments, the collection was overwhelming. How am I supposed to find one tiara in all this? Harry muttered to himself, momentarily daunted by the task. But as he ventured further into the room, he began to feel exactly what Peter had described, a cold sensation, almost like a chill breeze but sourceless, directionless. It grew stronger as he moved toward a particular section of the room, guiding him like an invisible compass. The feeling led him to a tarnished cabinet, atop which sat a mannequin head wearing an old, discolored wig. And perched on the wig, dusty but still gleaming faintly in the dim light, was a delicate silver tiara. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, Harry read from the tiny inscription, confirming that this was indeed Ravenclaw's diadem. The cold feeling was strongest here, almost uncomfortable in its intensity. Harry remembered his promise not to touch anything suspicious, but now that he had found the diadem, what was he supposed to do? Leave it for Voldemort's agent to find? Take it to Dumbledore, exposing himself to questions about why he was wandering the castle at night. A noise from elsewhere in the room interrupted his deliberations, the sound of another door opening, of footsteps entering the vast chamber. Someone else had found the room of requirement. Harry quickly pulled the invisibility cloak tighter around himself and ducked behind a nearby pile of discarded furniture. From his hiding place, he watched as a figure moved purposefully through the room, following what appeared to be the same cold sensation that had guided Harry. It was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Harry frowned in confusion. Quirrell was an odd, nervous man who taught alongside Uncle Remus, focusing on theoretical aspects while Remus handled the practical lessons. Students generally found him forgettable at best, irritating at worst, with his pronounced stutter and jumpy demeanor. But the figure moving through the room of hidden things now showed none of Quirrell's usual nervousness. He walked with confidence, purpose, his eyes scanning the piles of objects with calculated precision. As Quirrell approached the cabinet where the diadem rested, Harry held his breath. This was Voldemort's agent. The stuttering, seemingly harmless professor who could barely control a classroom. Quirrell reached for the diadem, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. But as his fingers were about to close around it, he suddenly froze, his head cocked as if listening to someone speaking. "Yes, Master," he said clearly, without a trace of his usual stutter. "I sense it too. We are not alone." Harry's blood ran cold. "Master? Who was Quirrell talking to? Show yourself." Quirrell commanded, drawing his wand and turning in a slow circle. "I know you're here, watching me." Harry remained absolutely still, trusting in the invisibility cloak's protection. His father had assured him it was impervious to most detection spells, a true hallow that had been in their family for generations. Quirrell's eyes narrowed as they swept past Harry's hiding place without seeing him. "Very well," he said, apparently to the empty air. "If you won't reveal yourself." With a sudden, violent motion, Quirrell unleashed a blasting curse at a nearby pile of objects, causing them to explode outward in all directions. Harry ducked instinctively as debris flew past his hiding place. Come out, wherever you are," Quirrell called, his voice taking on a sing-song quality that was far more disturbing than his usual nervous tone. "Or shall I simply destroy everything in this room until I find you?" Harry knew he needed to move, to get help. This was far beyond what he had prepared for. Slowly, carefully, he began to edge away from his hiding place, keeping the cloak tight around him and stepping with the silent precision his father had taught him. But as he moved, his foot connected with a small metal object on the floor, sending it skittering across the stone with a betraying clink. Quirrell's head snapped toward the sound, a predatory smile spreading across his face. "There you are," he whispered. With a swift, complex movement of his wand, he sent a pulse of magic outward, not a specific spell, but a wave of raw force that knocked Harry off his feet, sending him tumbling backward as the invisibility cloak slipped partially off. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, sounding not at all surprised. "How convenient." Harry scrambled to his feet, drawing his own wand despite knowing he was hopelessly outmatched against an adult wizard. "Stay back," he warned, trying to keep his voice steady. "Professor Dumbledore knows I'm here." Quirrell laughed, the sound nothing like the nervous titter he employed in class. "A lie, young Potter. If Dumbledore knew you were here, you wouldn't be alone." He took a step closer. "Put down your wand. You can't possibly hope to defeat me." "Maybe not," Harry acknowledged, thinking rapidly. "But I can slow you down long enough for help to arrive." He raised his wand higher, positioning himself so that the diadem was no longer directly behind him. Whatever happened, he couldn't let Quirrell leave with it. "Brave, like your parents," Quirrell observed. "But ultimately foolish. Do you know who I serve, boy? Do you understand what power stands against you?" "Voldemort," Harry said, the name coming out stronger than he expected. "You're working for Voldemort." Quirrell's eyes widened slightly, perhaps surprised at Harry's directness. "Not just working for," he corrected. Joined with. Honored to be his vessel, his path back to physical form. He reached up to begin unwrapping the turban he always wore, something Harry had never questioned, assuming it was related to the professor's claimed travels in Africa. "Let me speak to him," came a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate not from Quirrell, but from beneath the turban itself. Face to face. "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough for this," the voice insisted. Harry watched in horror as Quirrell finished removing his turban, then turned slowly to reveal the back of his head. Where there should have been hair and ordinary skin, there was instead a face, a terrible, chalk-white face with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," the face whispered. "We meet again." Harry felt as though ice water had been poured down his spine. This was Voldemort, or what remained of him after his defeat 5 years ago. Sharing Quirrell's body like a parasite, reduced to this half-existence but still terrifyingly real. "You see what I have become?" Voldemort continued. "Mere shadow and vapor. Form only when I can share another's body. But that will soon change. With the diadem, with the ritual on the solstice, I will return to my full power." The lipless mouth curved into a horrific smile. "And you, Harry Potter, will not live to see it." Harry knew he should run, should scream for help, should do anything but stand frozen before this nightmare. But a strange calm had settled over him, the result, perhaps, of years of preparation for this very moment. The prophecy had always said it would come down to them. "You won't win," Harry said, surprised at the steadiness of his own voice. "You never do. My parents stopped you. Peter Pettigrew stopped you. And I'll stop you too." Rage contorted Voldemort's features. "Pettigrew," he hissed. "The rat who betrayed me twice. He did not stop me, merely delayed the inevitable. And he will pay for his treachery, as will you and your parents." "Enough talk," Quirrell snapped, turning to face Harry again. "The diadem, then the boy." That was the plan. He raised his wand, but Harry was quicker. Years of dueling practice with his father and Sirius had honed his reflexes to a fine edge. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, putting every ounce of his will behind the spell. Quirrell deflected it easily, but Harry hadn't expected the disarming charm to succeed. It was merely the opening move in a sequence Sirius had drilled into him for situations exactly like this, outnumbered, outmatched, needing to create an opportunity to escape. Without pausing, Harry followed with Lumos Maxima, directing the spell not at Quirrell but at the stone floor between them. The flash of blinding light forced Quirrell to shield his eyes, giving Harry the moment he needed. Rather than running for the door, which Quirrell could easily cut off, Harry dived sideways into the maze of hidden objects, using the towering piles as cover. He needed to circle back to the diadem, to secure it somehow before escaping to get help. "Clever boy," Quirrell called, his voice echoing through the cavernous room. "But it won't save you." Incendio. Flames erupted from his wand, setting fire to the nearest pile of discarded objects. The blaze spread quickly, cutting off one of Harry's potential escape routes. "I can burn this entire room to ash," Quirrell threatened. "Come out now, and I'll make your death quick." Harry ignored the taunts, moving silently through the labyrinth of hidden things as smoke began to fill the upper portions of the vast chamber. The invisibility cloak was half off, tangled around his legs, but he didn't dare stop to fix it. He managed to circle behind Quirrell, approaching the cabinet where the diadem still rested. If he could just grab it and run for the door. "Behind you, fool!" Voldemort's voice suddenly screeched. Quirrell spun around, but Harry had already lunged for the diadem. His fingers closed around the cool metal just as Quirrell's curse struck him in the shoulder, sending searing pain down his arm. Harry cried out but maintained his grip on the diadem. As his hand made full contact with it, something unexpected happened. Where his skin touched the corrupted artifact, a sizzling sound emerged, and both the diadem and Quirrell screamed in apparent agony. "Master!" Quirrell gasped. The boy, his touch, it burns. Get the diadem. Voldemort commanded. Ignore the pain. Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry's injured arm with his bare hand. Immediately, blisters erupted on Quirrell's palm, his skin seeming to smoke and crumble at the contact. Harry, acting on pure instinct, dropped the diadem and pressed his free hand directly to Quirrell's face. The result was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell's skin began to crack and disintegrate wherever Harry touched him, while Quirrell's screams echoed through the burning room. What is this magic? Quirrell howled, trying to pull away but seemingly compelled by Voldemort to maintain his attack on Harry. Harry had no answer, no understanding of why his touch was proving so destructive. He only knew that it was working, that it was his one advantage in this desperate situation. With a strength born of pure survival instinct, Harry grabbed Quirrell's arms with both hands, ignoring the pain from his injured shoulder. Wherever he touched, Quirrell's flesh crumbled like ash, falling away to reveal raw tissue beneath that quickly suffered the same fate. Kill him! Voldemort shrieked as Quirrell weakened, his body literally disintegrating under Harry's touch. But Quirrell could no longer obey. With a final, terrible cry, he collapsed, his body crumbling completely as Voldemort's spirit tore itself free, a dark, shadowy form that rose from the remains and hovered momentarily above Harry. "This is not the end, Potter," the shadow hissed. "The solstice comes. I will return." With that, it streaked away, passing through the solid wall of the room of requirement and vanishing. Harry slumped to the floor beside the pile of ash and empty robes that had been Professor Quirrell. The room was filling with smoke, the magical fire Quirrell had started growing more intense by the second. The diadem lay nearby, seemingly unharmed despite everything. With the last of his strength, Harry reached for it, intending to take it with him. But as his fingers touched the metal again, he noticed something strange. Where before the diadem had felt cold, emanating dark magic, now it felt different. Warmer. As if whatever corruption had infested it had been partially cleansed by the same mysterious power that had destroyed Quirrell. The smoke was becoming too thick to breathe, the heat too intense to bear. Harry tucked the diadem into his robes and began crawling toward where he thought the door might be, his vision blurring from pain and lack of oxygen. He had almost given up hope of finding the exit when the wall ahead of him suddenly exploded inward, showering him with stone debris. Through the new opening strode James Potter, flanked by Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, all with wands drawn and expressions of determined fury. "Harry!" James shouted, spotting his son on the floor. With a swift motion, he created a bubble of clean air around Harry, then lifted him with a levitation charm, moving him quickly out of the burning room. In the corridor outside, Harry was lowered gently to the floor, where Lily immediately enveloped him in a fierce embrace. "You're hurt," she gasped, noticing the blood seeping through his robes from the curse wound on his shoulder. "What happened?" "How did you, Quirrell?" Harry managed, his voice raspy from the smoke. "He was. Voldemort was. Save your strength," Dumbledore advised, appearing beside them as Sirius and Remus emerged from the burning room. "The explanations can wait until you've been treated." "The diadem," Harry insisted, reaching into his robes with his good arm. "Ravenclaw's diadem. He was after it. I got it first." Dumbledore's eyes widened as Harry produced the silver tiara, now noticeably less tarnished than it had been in the room of requirement. The headmaster took it carefully, examining it with an expression of wonder and concern. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "Truly extraordinary." "Is it what I think it is, Albus?" Lily asked, her arms still protectively around Harry. "I believe so," Dumbledore confirmed. "One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and apparently, partially cleansed by whatever happened in that room." He looked at Harry with new intensity. "Harry, did you touch Quirrell? Make physical contact with him?" Harry nodded weakly. "My hands, they burned him. I don't know why." James and Lily exchanged a significant look. "Peter's protection," Lily whispered. "The sacrifice he made for Harry, it must have created a protective magic similar to what I've been researching. Love-based magic that Voldemort, existing in such a corrupt state, couldn't bear to touch. We need to get him to the hospital wing, Sirius interrupted, ever practical. Explanations can wait. As they helped Harry to his feet, prepared to escort him to Madame Pomfrey's care, the mirror in his pocket suddenly grew warm. With trembling fingers, Harry pulled it out, unsurprised to see Peter's face appearing in its depths. "You found it," Peter said, relief evident in his voice. "I felt the shift in the magical balance." "But you're hurt, what happened?" In brief, halting sentences, Harry explained about Quirrell, Voldemort, and the strange protective effect his touch had had. Peter listened with growing concern. "This changes things," he said when Harry had finished. "Voldemort's spirit is unbound now, no longer tethered to Quirrell. He'll be seeking another host, another way to complete the ritual." His eyes moved to take in the adults gathered around Harry. "The winter solstice becomes even more critical now. Both for my return and for establishing permanent protections around Harry. We'll be ready," James promised. "All of us." Peter nodded, his expression solemn. 2 months, he said. 2 months to prepare for what might be our last, best chance to end this once and for all." His gaze returned to Harry. "Rest now. Heal. The prophecy is in motion, Harry, but remember, you don't face it alone." As the mirror went dark, Harry felt the adrenaline that had sustained him finally ebbing away, leaving only exhaustion and pain. But despite everything, despite the terror of confronting Voldemort and the agony of his injuries, he felt a strange sense of accomplishment. He had faced his destined enemy for the first time and survived. He had prevented Voldemort from obtaining the diadem. And most importantly, he had discovered that the protection his parents and Peter had given him was real, tangible, powerful. The prophecy might still hang over him, but Harry Potter was no longer simply its subject. He was becoming an active participant in his own destiny. And that, perhaps, was the most important victory of all. The winter solstice arrived with a heavy blanket of snow covering the Hogwarts grounds and the forbidden forest beyond. The castle itself was quiet, most students having departed for the Christmas holiday 2 days earlier. Harry had remained, of course, along with his parents and the core group who would participate in the night's complex magical workings. The past 2 months had been a whirlwind of preparation, research, and intensive training, all building toward this pivotal evening. In the headmaster's office, the final planning meeting was underway. Maps of the Forbidden Forest covered Dumbledore's desk, with the Druid's circle marked prominently. Lily's research notes on the protection ritual were stacked neatly beside them, while Snape's potion preparation simmered in specialized containers in the corner. "To review," Dumbledore said, addressing the assembled group, James and Lily Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, and Harry himself. "We will be attempting 3 interconnected magical workings tonight. First, the summoning to bring Peter Pettigrew back from the dimensional void. Second, Lily's protection ritual to strengthen and extend the magical shields around Harry and those connected to him. Third, the neutralization of the diadem Horcrux. All while preventing Voldemort from attempting his own return ritual," Sirius added grimly. "No pressure. The timing is critical," Lily emphasized, indicating her charts of magical energy predictions for the night. "The peak of solstice power occurs at exactly midnight. The summoning must begin at 11:30, giving us 30 minutes to establish the connection to Peter's dimension. The protection ritual needs to commence immediately after Peter's return, utilizing the magical doorway created by the summoning before it closes completely." "And the Horcrux?" McGonagall asked. "Will be placed at the center of the circle," Dumbledore explained. "The combined magical energies of the summoning and protection ritual should be sufficient to complete the cleansing process Harry inadvertently began. Without it, Voldemort cannot fully return to physical form, regardless of what ritual he attempts." Harry, who had been listening intently, spoke up. "What about me? What do I need to do?" All eyes turned to him, expressions ranging from proud to concerned to calculating. At 11 years old, Harry Potter was about to participate in some of the most complex magic ever attempted, not as a passive subject, but as an active, necessary component. "You will stand with your parents in the circle," Dumbledore said gently. "As the central focus of both Peter's sacrifice and the prophecy, your presence anchors the entire working. But you need not cast any spells yourself. Your magical signature, your blood freely given for the protection ritual, will be sufficient." Harry nodded, relieved and slightly disappointed. Part of him had hoped for a more active role, a chance to prove himself after the confrontation with Quirrell. But another part, the part that had experienced firsthand the terror of facing Voldemort, was grateful for the adult's protection. "What about Voldemort?" he asked. "Peter said he'd try to disrupt our plans." "The Order of the Phoenix has established a perimeter around the Forbidden Forest," McGonagall explained. "Multiple teams maintaining surveillance and defensive positions. If Voldemort or his agents attempt to approach the circle, they will be detected and intercepted." Additionally, Snape added, his voice cool and precise, "certain misinformation has been circulated through channels known to reach the Dark Lord. He believes our activities tonight are centered at Stonehenge, not at Hogwarts." "Will that really fool him?" Harry asked skeptically. "Not indefinitely," Snape acknowledged. "But perhaps long enough. The Dark Lord is weakened, desperate. He will grasp at any information that seems to offer an advantage." James checked his watch. "It's time to move to the forest. We need to establish the primary wards around the circle before sunset." As the group prepared to depart, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to remain behind momentarily. Once they were alone, the headmaster regarded him with those penetrating blue eyes that always seemed to see more than Harry wanted to reveal. "You are remarkably composed, Harry, given what lies ahead," Dumbledore observed. "Many adults would be overwhelmed by the significance of tonight's events." Harry shrugged slightly. "I've had my whole life to prepare for this. And it's not like I'm doing it alone." "Indeed." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Nevertheless, courage takes many forms. Standing firm in the face of known danger is perhaps its purest expression." He paused, seemingly weighing his next words carefully. "I would like to offer you something, a choice, really." From within his robes, Dumbledore withdrew a small, cloth-wrapped object. He unfolded the wrapping to reveal a smooth, black stone set in a gold ring, cracked down the middle but still intact. The stone bore a strange symbol, a triangle containing a circle, bisected by a line. "This is the Resurrection Stone," Dumbledore explained. "One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, along with your father's invisibility cloak. It has the power to recall shades of the departed from beyond the veil, not truly bringing them back to life, but allowing communication with those who have passed on." Harry stared at the stone with a mixture of wonder and wariness. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because tonight, when we attempt to bring Peter Pettigrew back across the dimensional boundary, having a connection to the realm of the dead may prove useful. The stone could serve as an additional anchor, a guide post for Peter's return journey." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "But using it carries risks. The temptation to call upon those long dead, to become lost in what might have been rather than what is, it has driven many to madness." "You want me to use it during the ritual?" Harry asked, trying to understand what Dumbledore was proposing. "I am offering you the choice," Dumbledore clarified. "As the one most directly connected to Peter through his sacrifice, you might be able to utilize the stone in ways the rest of us cannot. But the decision must be yours, made with full awareness of both the potential benefits and the inherent dangers." Harry considered the stone, feeling its strange energy even without touching it. The idea of having a way to reach across death's boundary was both fascinating and frightening. But if it could help bring Peter back, help end the threat of Voldemort once and for all. "I'll do it," he decided. "If you think it might help Peter." Dumbledore nodded, rewrapping the stone and handing it to Harry. "Keep it concealed until the ritual begins. And Harry, use it only for its intended purpose tonight." The stone has a way of tempting its users to look beyond, to call those they have lost personally. I understand, Harry assured him, tucking the wrapped stone into the pocket of his robes. Just to help Peter. As they left the office to join the others, Harry couldn't help wondering who he might be tempted to call with such a powerful artifact. Unlike many in the wizarding world, he had been fortunate, he had not lost loved ones to death. His family remained intact, protected by sacrifices like Peter's. Perhaps that was why Dumbledore had felt comfortable entrusting the stone to him. With no personal ghosts to call, Harry might be the safest person to wield its power. At least, that was what he told himself as they made their way through the snow-covered grounds toward the forbidden forest and the ancient stone circle that waited within. The Druid Circle looked dramatically different in winter than it had during the fateful confrontation 5 years earlier. Snow blanketed the ground, and ice crystals clung to the ancient standing stones, making them glitter in the light of the magically contained fires burning at strategic points around the perimeter. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. Order members had been working since dawn to prepare the site. Protective enchantments layered the area, designed to contain the powerful magical energies that would be released during the night's rituals. The central altar stone had been cleared of snow and inscribed with the complex runic patterns Lily had developed for the protection spell, the lines filled with a silvery potion that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. At the edge of the circle, Harry stood with his parents, watching as the final preparations were made. Despite the layers of winter clothing and warming charms, he felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December air. "Nervous?" Lily asked softly, her hand resting on his shoulder. "A little," Harry admitted. "What if it doesn't work? What if Peter can't come back?" "Then we adapt," James said from his other side. "That's what we've always done, Harry. Whatever happens tonight, we'll face it together and find a way forward." Harry nodded, drawing comfort from his father's steady confidence. In the pocket of his robes, the resurrection stone seemed to grow heavier, a constant reminder of both responsibility and possibility. Dumbledore approached them, his long silver beard and hair blending with the snowy landscape. "It is time," he announced. "Everyone should take their positions." The group moved with practiced coordination, having rehearsed the complex positioning requirements multiple times over the past weeks. James, Lily, and Harry stood at the northern point of the circle, with Sirius to the east, Remus to the south, and Snape to the west, recreating the arrangement that had been present when Peter disappeared 5 years ago. Dumbledore took his place at the central altar, where the diadem Horcrux now rested, its partial cleansing leaving it safe to handle but still visibly tainted with dark magic. McGonagall and the other Order members maintained positions outside the circle, ready to defend against any interference while contributing supplementary magical energy to the workings within. "We begin with the summoning," Dumbledore declared, raising his wand. "James, if you would lead this portion," as was agreed. James stepped forward slightly, his face solemn but determined. 5 years ago, in this place, our friend Peter Pettigrew sacrificed himself to save my son and break Voldemort's power. Tonight, we call him back from the void between worlds, guided by the bonds of friendship, loyalty, and sacrifice that connect us. He began the complex incantation they had developed, a blend of ancient Celtic magic and modern spellwork designed to pierce the veil between dimensions. The others joined in at precise moments, their voices rising and falling in a carefully orchestrated pattern. As the chanting continued, the air within the circle began to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer day. The snow on the ground melted in expanding rings from the central altar, exposing the bare earth beneath. Above them, the stars seemed to blur and shift, as if the very fabric of reality was stretching. Harry felt a strange pressure building around them, a tension in the air like the moments before a lightning strike. In his pocket, the resurrection stone grew warm, responding to the magic saturating the circle. Dumbledore caught his eye and nodded slightly. It was time. Carefully, Harry withdrew the stone from his pocket, unwrapping it while keeping it concealed from the others as Dumbledore had instructed. As his fingers made contact with the smooth, black surface, he felt a jolt of power race up his arm. "Turn it thrice in hand," Dumbledore had explained earlier. And focus your thoughts on Peter Pettigrew, not as you know him from stories, but as he was in the moment of his sacrifice. The stone responds to intention, to the emotional connection between caller and called. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the image of Peter he had glimpsed in the magical mirror, not the betrayer who had nearly given his family to Voldemort, but the man who had found the courage to make the right choice in the end. The man who had given everything to save Harry and break Voldemort's power. With that image fixed in his mind, Harry turned the stone 3 times in his hand. A gasp from Sirius made him open his eyes. Standing at the center of the circle, partially transparent but undeniably present, was the spectral form of Peter Pettigrew, younger, healthier than the version they had seen in the mirror, as if the stone had summoned him from the moment of his disappearance. It worked, Harry breathed, hardly daring to believe it. The ghostly Peter looked around, seeming surprised to find himself in the circle. His gaze landed on Harry, and a smile of recognition spread across his face. "Harry," he said, his voice sounding distant, echoing slightly. "You've grown so much." "Peter," James called, momentarily abandoning the summoning incantation in his shock. "Can you hear us? Can you see us clearly?" The spirit nodded. "I'm here, sort of. Between places still." His form flickered slightly. "The ritual, it's working. I can feel the pull. But there's resistance, something blocking the way fully back." Dumbledore stepped forward, addressing the apparition directly. "Peter, the stone Harry holds has created a temporary bridge, but it cannot fully return you to our world. We need your help from your side. You must find the path we're creating and follow it through." Peter's spirit seemed to concentrate, his form becoming slightly more solid as he focused. "I see it now, like a thread of light cutting through the darkness. But it's thin, fragile. We need to strengthen the connection," Lily realized. "The protection ritual, we should begin it now, use its power to reinforce the summoning." Dumbledore hesitated. "The timing, we don't have a choice," Lily insisted. "Look." She pointed to the diadem on the altar, which had begun to emit a black, oily smoke. The partially cleansed Horcrux was reacting to the magical energies swirling through the circle, its remaining darkness fighting against the purification process. "She's right," Snape interjected, his dark eyes fixed on the corrupted artifact. "The diadem is destabilizing. If we wait for the full solstice peak, we risk losing control of both rituals." Dumbledore nodded sharply. "Proceed with the protection ritual, Lily. James, continue the summoning with Sirius and Remus. Severus and I will contain the Horcrux's reaction." The circle erupted into coordinated but separate magical activities. Lily began her own complex incantation, drawing Harry to the altar where a small silver bowl waited. With a gentle touch, she took his hand and made a small cut across his palm with a ceremonial knife, allowing several drops of his blood to fall into the bowl. "Freely given, freely received," she murmured. "The sacrifice of innocence to protect innocence." James added his blood next, then Lily herself. Sirius and Remus stepped forward briefly to contribute their own, each repeating the ritual phrase. Finally, with obvious reluctance on both sides, Snape approached and added his blood to the mixture. "Bound by choice, bound by magic," Lily intoned, stirring the combined blood with her wand. "What flows between us cannot be severed by darkness or distance." As she worked, James, Sirius, and Remus maintained the summoning spell, their voices rising in counterpoint to Lily's incantation. Peter's spirit remained at the center of the circle, growing alternately more and less solid as the conflicting magics ebbed and flowed around him. The diadem on the altar was now actively fighting against containment, the black smoke forming tendrils that reached out like grasping fingers before Dumbledore and Snape's combined efforts forced them back. The tension in the air had become almost unbearable, a pressure that made it difficult to breathe, to think. Harry, standing beside his mother at the altar, clutched the resurrection stone tightly in his uninjured hand. The connection it provided to Peter seemed to be weakening as the competing magical forces grew stronger. It's not working, he realized with growing alarm. We're losing him. Indeed, Peter's spectral form had begun to fade, the conflicting magics apparently tearing apart the tenuous bridge between worlds rather than strengthening it. In that moment of crisis, Harry acted on pure instinct. Stepping away from his mother, he moved to the exact center of the circle, directly beneath Peter's fading spirit. Raising the resurrection stone, he called out in a clear, strong voice that belied his 11 years. Peter Pettigrew. By the life you saved, by the sacrifice you made, I call you back. Follow my voice, follow the light. The stone in his hand blazed suddenly with brilliant white light, blinding in its intensity. A gasp went up from those around the circle as the magic they had been carefully controlling seemed to surge through Harry, using him as a conduit for forces far beyond his understanding. Peter's spirit ceased fading, stabilized by Harry's intervention. Harry, he said, his voice stronger now. I see you. I see the way. The magical pressure in the circle intensified, centered now on Harry and the glowing stone in his hand. Wind whipped around them, though the air beyond the circle remained perfectly still. The snow that had melted earlier began to steam and evaporate, leaving the ground completely bare in an expanding circle. Now, Peter. Harry called, somehow knowing exactly what needed to happen. Now. Peter's spirit seemed to dive downward, directly toward Harry and the stone. As it made contact, there was a blinding flash and a thunderous crack, as if lightning had struck the center of the circle. When the light faded and vision returned, Peter Pettigrew stood in the circle, solid, real, alive. No longer a spirit, no longer a reflection in a magical mirror, but flesh and blood, looking exactly as he had 5 years ago at the moment of his disappearance. For a heartbeat, no one moved, too stunned by the success of the seemingly failed summoning. Then James broke the silence, his voice choked with emotion. Wormtail, he said simply. You're back. Peter swayed slightly, disoriented by the sudden transition. James, he replied. Lily. Sirius. Remus. His gaze moved between his old friends, then settled on Harry, who still stood at the center of the circle, the now dormant resurrection stone clutched in his hand. Harry. You did it. You found the way. Before anyone could respond, a terrible scream emanated from the altar. The diadem Horcrux was writhing, the black smoke pouring from it in torrents despite Dumbledore and Snape's containment efforts. The successful summoning had released a surge of magical energy that was accelerating the Horcrux's destruction, but also causing it to fight back with increasing violence. The protection ritual. Lily cried, rushing back to the altar. We need to complete it before. Her words were cut off by another scream, this one from outside the circle. The Order members maintaining the perimeter were under attack, dark figures emerging from the forest in a coordinated assault. Death Eaters. Sirius shouted, already moving toward the edge of the circle to help with the defense. No. Dumbledore commanded. Maintain the circle. If we abandon the rituals now, all is lost. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva, coordinate the defense. The rest of you, complete what we started. With visible reluctance, Sirius returned to his position. James moved to rejoin Lily at the altar, while Remus positioned himself to maintain the energetic balance of the circle now that the summoning was complete. Peter, still adjusting to his physical return, stepped toward Harry. The stone, he said urgently. It's the key to finishing both rituals. We need to combine its power with the protection spell and the Horcrux cleansing. Harry looked from Peter to the stone in his hand, then to his parents at the altar. How? Bring it here, Lily called, understanding immediately. Quickly, Harry. As Harry hurried to the altar, the sounds of battle grew louder beyond the circle's edge. Flashes of spellfire illuminated the trees, and shouts echoed through the night air. The Death Eaters were growing closer, the Order's defensive lines struggling to hold them back. At the altar, Lily had completed the initial phases of the protection ritual. The bowl of combined blood now glowed with a soft, golden light, the runes carved into the stone beneath it pulsing in rhythm with the magic building in the circle. The stone, she instructed Harry. Place it in the bowl, but don't let go of it. Keep your connection to it active. Harry did as directed, lowering the resurrection stone into the bowl until it was partially submerged in the glowing blood mixture. The moment the stone touched the liquid, a reaction began, golden light spiraling upward from the bowl, intertwining with threads of silver that seemed to emerge from the participants themselves. The final incantation, Lily said, her voice taking on a resonant quality as the magic flowed through her. Together. James, Sirius, Remus, and even Snape joined her, reciting words in an ancient language that somehow Harry understood despite never having learned it. The language of magic itself, of blood and sacrifice and protection. As they chanted, the golden and silver threads expanded, weaving themselves into a complex web that encompassed everyone within the circle. Harry could feel the magic settling into him, into all of them, a warm, comforting presence that felt like home and safety and love. But the protection ritual wasn't the only magic reaching completion. The diadem Horcrux gave one final, terrible scream as the cleansing process overwhelmed its defenses. Black smoke erupted from it in a geyser, momentarily forming a face, Voldemort's serpentine visage, contorted in rage and agony, before dissipating entirely. The diadem itself remained, but transformed. Where before it had been tarnished and corrupted, it now shone with a clean silver light, restored to what it had been before Voldemort's dark magic had infected it. "It's done," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying a rare note of amazement. "The Horcrux is destroyed. Ravenclaw's diadem is cleansed." The web of protection magic gave a final pulse, then seemed to sink into the skin of those it encompassed, becoming invisible but undeniably present. Harry could still feel it, a subtle warmth beneath his skin, a connection to his parents, to Sirius and Remus, to Peter, and even, distantly, to Snape. "The protection is established," Lily confirmed, exhaustion evident in her voice but triumph shining in her eyes. "We are bound, all of us. What threatens one is known to all, and our combined strength is available in moments of greatest need." Outside the circle, the battle reached a crescendo. The Death Eaters had broken through the outer defensive line, and McGonagall and the remaining Order members were engaged in desperate fighting just yards from the circle itself. "We need to help them," James said, drawing his wand. "Wait," Peter cautioned. "There's one more thing." He turned to Harry. "The stone. It has one final purpose tonight." Before Harry could ask what he meant, a bone-chilling howl rose from the forest beyond the fighting. A tall, skeletal figure emerged from the trees, not fully corporeal, but more substantial than the spirit that had fled from Quirrell's destroyed body. Voldemort, or what remained of him, had arrived. Too late, the apparition hissed, its voice carrying across the clearing despite its insubstantial nature. "You may have destroyed one piece of my soul, but others remain. And tonight, I shall reclaim a body." With a gesture, Voldemort sent a wave of dark energy toward the embattled Order members, knocking several off their feet. His focus, however, was clearly on the circle and those within it. "Potter," he snarled, red eyes fixing on Harry. "Always Potter. But not for much longer." He glided forward, passing through the outer defensive wards as if they were mist. The protection circle would hold him back temporarily, but Harry could see the strain on the magical barriers as Voldemort's power pressed against them. "The stone," Peter urged again. "Use it one last time, Harry. Turn it and call." "Call who?" Harry asked, confused. "You're already here." "Not me," Peter said. "All of them. All those Voldemort has killed, whose deaths have fueled his power. Call them to witness, to judge." Harry didn't fully understand, but the urgency in Peter's voice was impossible to ignore. Removing the stone from the bowl, now stained with the golden-red mixture of blood and magic, he closed his eyes and turned it 3 times. But this time, instead of focusing on a specific person, he thought of all those who had fallen opposing Voldemort. All the victims whose lives had been cut short by his reign of terror. All the sacrifices made to bring them to this moment. When he opened his eyes, the circle was no longer empty. Ghostly figures surrounded them, dozens upon dozens of spectral forms watching with solemn expressions. Men, women, children, all victims of Voldemort and his followers. Voldemort faltered at the edge of the circle, his red eyes widening at the sight of so many he had murdered now standing in silent judgment before him. "What is this?" he hissed. "What magic is this?" "The oldest magic," Dumbledore replied calmly. "The collective power of those you have wronged, called forth by the Master of Death." Harry started at this title, not understanding its significance but feeling its weight nonetheless. "Finish it, Harry," Peter encouraged. The stone, the diadem, and the cloak, united by the one person Voldemort has never understood. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew the invisibility cloak his father had given him. Somehow, he knew exactly what to do, guided by an instinct deeper than conscious thought. Placing the cloak around his shoulders, the stone in his left hand, he reached for the cleansed diadem with his right. As the three objects came together in his possession, a change swept through the clearing. The spectral victims of Voldemort moved as one, turning toward the Dark Lord's semi-corporeal form. Their expressions remained solemn, but their purpose was clear in the way they advanced on him. "No," Voldemort snarled, attempting to retreat but finding himself somehow bound to the spot. "This is impossible. I cannot be defeated by mere shades." "Not by shades," Harry said, his voice carrying the authority of the artifacts he now wielded. "By justice. By the balance you have disrupted for too long." The spectral army reached Voldemort, passing through the circle's boundary as if it didn't exist for them. As each ghost touched the Dark Lord's form, a piece of his substance seemed to flake away, dissolving into the night air. "This is not death," Dumbledore explained, watching the process with solemn satisfaction. "But it is judgment. Without a Horcrux to anchor him, without a body to possess, his spirit will be forced back into the void between worlds, the same void from which we rescued Peter." "No!" Voldemort screamed, his form diminishing with each spectral touch. "I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be banished. I am immortal." His protests grew weaker as more and more of his essence dissolved under the relentless approach of his victims. The Death Eaters who had been fighting at the edge of the clearing began to flee, sensing their master's defeat and having no stomach for continuing the battle without him. Finally, as the last ghostly figure passed through Voldemort's nearly transparent form, a terrible wail rose into the night sky, the sound of a soul in torment, neither living nor truly dead, cast into the emptiness between worlds. And then, silence. The spectral army turned to Harry, offering solemn nods of acknowledgement before fading away one by one, their purpose fulfilled. The resurrection stone in Harry's hand grew cold, its power temporarily exhausted. "It's over," James said, disbelief and hope warring in his voice. "We did it." "Not forever," Dumbledore cautioned. "Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes will eventually allow his return, though it will take far longer this time, with his spirit so thoroughly banished and weakened." "But we have time now," Lily said, moving to embrace Harry. "Time to find the other Horcruxes. Time to strengthen our defenses. Time for Harry to grow up, to learn, to prepare properly." Harry leaned into his mother's embrace, suddenly exhausted by the night's events. The weight of the invisibility cloak, the cold stone in his hand, the gleaming diadem, all felt impossibly heavy now that the immediate danger had passed. Peter approached them, still looking slightly disoriented but undeniably real. "It worked," he said wonderingly. "All of it. The summoning, the protection, the banishment." "Thanks to Harry," Sirius said, ruffling his godson's hair affectionately. "Quite the wizard you're becoming, pup." Harry shook his head. "It wasn't just me. It was all of us. The connection between us." He looked up at his parents, then at Peter. "The sacrifices that brought us here." Peter's eyes filled with tears. Sacrifices I nearly prevented with my weakness. My betrayal. A betrayal you redeemed, James said firmly, extending his hand to his old friend. Twice over now. Welcome home, Wormtail. As Peter took James's hand, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape. The winter solstice had passed, the longest night giving way to the promise of lengthening days ahead. For Harry Potter, it marked more than just an astronomical event. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one where the prophecy remained, where dangers still lurked, but where he stood surrounded by a family made stronger by trials overcome together. The path ahead would not be easy. Voldemort would return someday, the remaining Horcruxes would need to be found and destroyed, and Harry would still need to fulfill his destined role in ending the Dark Lord's threat permanently. But for now, in this moment of hard-won peace, Harry allowed himself to simply be an 11-year-old boy, surrounded by those who loved him, protected by sacrifices freely given, and looking forward to returning to Hogwarts for the rest of his first year, ordinary concerns that seemed wonderfully mundane after the night's events. Come on, Lily said, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Let's go home. As they left the stone circle, Harry glanced back one last time. The ancient stones stood silent in the early morning light, witnesses to both darkness and triumph. Whatever came next, whatever challenges the prophecy still held for him, he would face them as he had faced this night, not alone, but surrounded by the love and protection of those who had chosen, again and again, to stand with him. And in the end, Harry thought, that might make all the difference. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.